That would be nice if this actually worked, huh? Okay, so it's showing that. All right. Sorry, we have some new things I got to iron out here. So bear with me for a second. First of all, new microphone. So how does we might not be playing 14. It's just something that showed up. So hang on. We'll begin in a second. First of all, a new microphone. I got a Rode Pod mic. I ditched the Yeti Pro and got a Rode Pod mic. It's XLR. I have a cloud lifter coming in tomorrow because I had to boost it quite a bit to get it to this level. Close to max on the interface. I'm using a Sonos for the audio interface. I know the Scarletts are generally what a lot of streamers and YouTubers use, but this was like half the price and was getting pretty decent lip service in terms of like its quality. So I decided just to go with this and see how it worked. So hey, if I'm gonna save $100, it's like $100. Cloud Lifter is a pretty cool name. I actually was like, and the logo is pretty sick. I don't know if you've seen these before, but this is what they look like. I think it's all one word. Hang on one sec. I still got to set up this mechanism. I'm also using my Stream Deck. But I haven't set up all the things yet. There's some more complicated actions I need to set up that aren't quite set up just yet. For example, changing sources in a web browser without actually having to go into this. But here you go. This is a cloud lifter. Look at that thing. So that just boosts your levels. It just gives you extra gain. So you're going with a dynamic mic. These are generally pretty good to get. So I'm getting one of these to come in. I've been ordering it in parts because I want to make sure everything works before I keep going further. But yeah, there's a better version of this mic. Like there's a more professional version of this Rode mic, but it's 3 times the price. And figured we'd go with this first, considering how expensive like the Yeti Pros are, and they're USB condenser mics. So I just thank you, Carcosa for the resub, and also Smartsky, thank you for that resub, and Egg P Noodles, I missed your resub as well. Thank you for that. And a Brack, I missed yours as well. I got you all. There you go. I got you all caught up. We're all caught up. Thank you. But yeah, how is how your holidays been going? If you've been celebrating stuff, Cloud Lifter, Cloud Lifter. But while you're answering that, this is what I was looking at. This is what I was taking a look at. I was looking at this. What are your ambitions for 2024? And what is your message to the 4Gamer publications readers? This is Naoki Yoshida, head of Creative Business Unit 3. Thank you very much for your patronage of Final Fantasy 16, the latest in the Final Fantasy series this year. In 2024, Final Fantasy 14 will celebrate the 10th anniversary of its rebirth, and we will continue to deliver new developments. And at the same time, CBU 3 will also embark on new challenges. Please keep your eyes and expectations on us. What's up, Earth Chan Recycling? Hi, I just wanted to ask if you are the stream on I don't does anyone know what Earth Chan's talking about? I'm not sure about that. I actually don't know how to answer that because I'm not sure. But yeah. New IP, new MMO. I don't think it's a new MMO. That's a little ambitious. That'd be insane. And I'd really be like, how did they have the time? What did they do? Vic, you want to punch UPS in the face? Did they not deliver something, or did they deliver the wrong thing, Vic? I'm kind of curious. And that's interesting because most people I hear generally like both FedEx and UPS. In fact, I saw a lot of people getting angry that Amazon switched off of UPS to USPS. They would like them to go back to UPS. But anyway, look at this. Ambitions. Yoshi P ambitions. It's a translation, deep L translation, but who knows? Maybe it's legit. The interview actually happened, but it's accurate enough that we can go with that. True Game Colors. Thank you for the 21-month resub. Let me. I'm gonna go incognito just because I don't know what this podcast is. I am so sorry. Tales from the Stinky Dragon. Just in case it's something I don't want. A D&D podcast. Rooster Teeth. Oh, it's a Rooster Teeth podcast. Tales from the Stinky Dragon. Interesting. I'm not so whatever you heard of was not me because I'm not other than the D&D movie. That is my and D&D being mentioned in season like being a theme of Stranger Things. That is about my and wait, one more. Record of Lotus War, which was inspired by D&D. Those are like the extent of my D&D exposure, unfortunately. Is Stranger of Paradise any good if played co-op? Yes, that is the best way to play it. Stranger of Paradise is to the Final Fantasy series as Revengeance is to the Metal Gear series. I don't have a better way of putting it than that. That is probably the best way. That's probably the best way to describe that game. If you're a Metal Gear fan. Dare I say thank you for the resub. Very nice. So Stranger of Paradise is free on PlayStation Plus. Yeah, if you've got someone you could play with, absolutely for a little bit. Like just one session. I think you could get some good mileage out of playing 2 or 3 hour session with some friends. And if you think it's a good time, maybe do another one. We probably played it as a group. Huber and I and Brad probably played it a little too much. I think it kind of wore out its welcome by the time we wrapped up where we were. We finished it. However, you don't really need to go to the end with that. You could just straight up, play a little bit and move on. It's I mean, it is a story-driven game to an extent, so you might want to see that story. Plus, you have Jack Garland, Chaos. You wanna see that. Jack Garland is like the best character since Revengeance is Raiden. Did I do anything for the holidays? I was here with my family. I got to spend time with both my parents, my brothers, my nephews. Got to meet my niece for the first time. She was adorable. She ran up and hugged me first time she met me, so was not fully prepared for that. Also, very very little baby, like what 1 year old. Kind of felt like don't get offended by this, but like it was kind of like a little bit like dealing with my cat in terms of like their level of like I think actually the 1 year old actually understands you, so like they respond to things a little bit more than like a cat will. Maybe a dog will respond about as much because they're trained a little bit better. But same things like they wander off. Like you got to keep your eyes on them. It's like, oh, where's the baby? Where'd he go? Oh, over there. Oh, what are they doing? There you go. Nah. Sora Chen, you're looking for the D&D special. Let me hook you up with that. So, yeah, their Easy Allies used to do a D&D show, but they did do a one-off recently, and if you already watched it, obviously you've like seen pretty much what has been like offered, but this is it. If you didn't catch it, there it is. That is in the shadow of the birthday boy. Easy A plays Dungeons and Dragons. You had Isla. I'm trying to read it from the thumbnail because I actually don't know who's on it. Isla, Gabby. I think that's Brad. Huber. Chat, help me out. Who is on this? I'm trying to go off the thumbnail here. I have it.
Hello.
Here we go. Who's on this? And Charlotte. Did they give Charlotte's full name? I feel bad. Help me out. It says guest DM Charlotte, but like, what a low key way to, someone who's like a little bit bigger deal than that. So I feel bad. But yes, they did do that. D&E stuff really isn't my thing, but we had some gifted subs I missed here. Thanks, Jan Nil, gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, dude. Does Gabby know this? I beat Final Fantasy VI for the second time yesterday night. I've been replaying. I finished my Pixel Remaster journey. In fact, here we go. I can now show this off. Let's go into the Elgato real quick. This might be a little too loud. Oh, you can see what game I'm playing now. I've never finished 8, but yes, I finished Final Fantasy VI. And I did not know Setzer's full name. Damiani. His last name is Damiani. When I was watching the credits, I'm like, I didn't remember that. And I just never looked up his full name. I was like, wait a second. Damiani? Oh, that's a good one, huh? Finished 5. 5. So if you want to see, we can log into each of these real quick, and I can show you my save files real quick. I beat Final Fantasy VI for the first time when I was doing the pop fiction episodes for it, between the Kaiser Dragon and the General Leo. In that time frame, I played through the entirety of Final Fantasy VI. And I hadn't replayed it. I've started it up many times, like probably 3 or 4 times since, including the Steam version of the Pixel Remaster. But I think I stopped at first go around at Zozo. But this time, I finished it. So, yeah, I forgot to save Shadow. Wasn't using a guide and got kind of pissed. Man, this could be a whole episode. This game. Oh no, I don't want that button. I want this button. Oh, you gotta go back into the ship, I guess. This could be. Oh, I played with Boost. If you're not familiar with Boost is, I didn't want to do any of the grinding bullshit. So, like, turned on all the Boost. Every single one I played with Boost, FYI. So definitely sped that up. Definitely sped things up by playing with the boosted everything. But yeah, I managed to get everyone but Shadow because I forgot to save him. But yeah, I got like Ragnarok and Ultima Weapon for, I got a lot of the good stuff. But yeah. Did all that, went through this again. I was saying we could spend a whole episode talking about, I can make a whole episode out of Final Fantasy VI and its open-ended nature when you get to the world of Ruin, whatever it's called, Act 2, whatever people officially call it. World of Balance, World of Ruin, that's the 2 names, right? Man, some people really like that. For some reason, going through it this time, I don't know how much I enjoyed it. I think maybe playing it after 5, I was kind of burnt out on like the whole figure out where to go a lot of the time. You like 5 was a game of did you remember something from like an hour ago? It's like shit, I don't remember. Let me just look up real quick what they said or where they mentioned something. I'm like crap, I gotta go over here. So yes, it only took me how long for this game? Oh, we have to put someone in our party. Yes, we'll put Terra in there. But yes, clocked in at 19 hours on this one with boost. 6 is definitely the longest one. If you're playing for the first time, I would probably say 6 will be the longest one. 5 is probably the second longest one. Final Fantasy V. I'm very glad I played through all of these. I'm very glad I played through all of these. I played through 1 through 2. I played 1 and 2 before the onslaught of 2023 began. Right before Resident Evil 4, I was playing through 1 and 2, and then, or maybe it was like Forspoken, something around that time frame. I didn't have time to play the Pixel remasters anymore, and then after Starfield, I had a little bit more time to play more, to dive back into these. And since I've wrapped up Super Mario Wonder, sorry, after Super Mario Wonder, I started diving back into these. So I went through 3, 4, 5, and 6 over the past like 3 months. And I did 1, 2 back at the beginning of the year. I had never played through 3 or 5. And I understand the Pixel Remaster is not as hard as OG 3. So I didn't get the authentic 3 experience that everyone complains about, the final dungeon. So I did not get that. But Final Fantasy V was very intriguing. Definitely going for a different vibe. It was trying to keep the focus story nature of Final Fantasy IV, but give you a little bit more like less scripted and less directed where you're supposed to go. So I guess they want to get that sense of exploration back a little bit, because I feel like 1 had a huge sense of exploration, because you can really get lost in where to go in Final Fantasy 1. 2 kind of like, oh, you can wander off in 2 as well. 3 was definitely very linear. 3 was the shortest one for me. That's a good title screen, by the way. I like how they started to do these cool title screens. Also, you can definitely see in 5 and 6, the DNA of what you would see in the PlayStation era was starting to begin with 5 and 6, especially 6. 6, especially the new sprites. It now going through them chronologically like this, 7 does feel like a more natural evolution of where we were in 6. I'm like, oh, I can see how we got to 7. I used to think it was such a big leap, but it doesn't actually feel as big anymore looking back. But yeah, this is my Final Fantasy V. Look at that, almost 22 hours. And yeah, the job system in this. Oh, look what I did. Oh yeah. I definitely went a little bit meta with this, because the job system in this is sick. I kind of hope they could bring this back in a mainline Final Fantasy, like a offline. Not obviously 14 has a job system reminiscent of this, but look at this. Oh, sorry, I'm playing with a little bit of lag. It's not playing off my TV screen right now. But yeah, I made everyone. Oh wait, go to abilities, not jobs. Yeah. So I went with like look at that. Dual wield. Yeah. Dual cast, white magic, so holy. Dual cast, or dual wield the katanas. Dual cast time magic, black magic. And then I had like summoning if I needed to, like, I had all the summons. If you go to magic and go to like Lena. Yeah, look at all the summons. I got like all this. I guess maybe I didn't, but I got the big ones. I don't know if there's more in level 4 and level 2 that I missed, but yeah, Bahamut, baby, good one. But yeah, I really appreciated playing through these games also to see how many more references. In 14, being such a huge fan of Final Fantasy 14, and knowing how much of it draws upon. It's called like a Final Fantasy theme park. 5. How much of 5 also is in Final Fantasy 14 and 3. Oh my god, there's so much of 3 in Final Fantasy 14 too. So yeah, 1 through 5, had a blast with it and really enjoyed it. Probably enjoyed it a little bit more than 3. Yeah, 3 was like okay. Yeah, look at 3. How long I took with 3. But 3 also had a pretty cool job system as well. 3's job system is actually literally Final Fantasy 14's job system, in that each job has its own level, and you can freely change between jobs at a combat. So you have your individual level, and then you have a job level. Final Fantasy 14, you have your individual level, and then you have like your job. So you have each job level, and then like you have your eye level, like your gear level, or whatever. So it's like sort of ish the same, but it felt very much, yeah, 9 hours and 47 minutes to beat this one. This was the first time playing through it. So this one was definitely on the shorter end. This is definitely the last of like the legacy feeling ones. Like 1, 2, and 3 feel very legacy. Dude, Crystal Tower. Oh. And Labyrinth of the Ancients. It's called Ancients Maze, but in 14 it's called Labyrinth of the Ancients. It's like, oh my I was like, oh, I see. You got like, what is this? This is the Dreadnought or Nautilus. Which one is the big one's the Dreadnought, right? And the Nautilus, oh, the Invincible. Sorry, but yeah, this definitely looks more retro. But yeah, you basically just go to jobs. Oh, they had like advanced jobs too. I like this. So like each row, you had like the basic 4. Like these were like the basic jobs right here, and then you go down a row and you get into like the. So you have like beginner or beginner, intermediate, and you get like the advanced jobs. Yeah, like summoner, sage. Dude, this was like sick. This was really cool to see, especially like magus and devout, like super white mage and super black mage. Holy shit. And then like black belt, Viking. Huber said he's gonna play through the remasters. We need to get him to play this one and say, Huber, you can be a Viking. Your job class is literally Viking, dude. You can play as a Viking. Yeah, Devout is Kryl. That's Kryl. So Final Fantasy V has Kryl, and then Devout is basically Kryl. I was like, yeah. Could that, I mean, they said it's a brand new job, because I was like, wait, it's a caster? Maybe the caster is Devout in 14. The new casting job is a Devout for Kryl. I was like, But, yeah. Dude, yeah. It was a blast playing through this. And the music. Music is so good in these games. Oh, wait, I just double clicked. Oops. And then the Final Fantasy IV was like the first transitional game, getting away from like the old style into like a slightly new style. And you can see the progress. Like 1, 2, 3, you see an evolution of like the classics. Like 1, 2, and 3 feel like the very retro, the like OG style of Final Fantasy. And then 4, 5, and 6 are kind of like an evolution, both in sprite work and design, in the level of storytelling, character development. They definitely started to up their game with 4. And then it progressed through 5. Like 4, that's why I think 4 is a little bit more linear, is because they were trying harder to do more story, and also like more improved sprite work, and a little bit more, slightly more ambitious design than they had done before. And then you get to 5, and then which is a lot more ambitious, and then 6, which is like beyond ambitious compared to any of the other ones. Like Final Fantasy 6 is definitely closer to like 7, 8, and 9 in style, in like the progression and world design, than it is probably with the older ones, I would argue, having replayed them. And in the last but not least, where's Final Fantasy 4? Did I pass it already? Where's 4? Go back to the top. Where's 4? Where are you? 4. There's 5. Oh, am I covering it up? Did I not? Yeah, I was covering it up. I didn't see it. and then Final Fantasy IV. This one's my favorite. Even after replaying all the retro classic ones, this one is still my favorite. Um, just I mean, there's some benefit to having a very story dictated adventure, and jobs are tied to characters because it's part of their identity. I kind of like that. And it you probably understand why after the last few months I've been saying like I don't generally like CRPGs. I don't like too much player authority and choice in terms of like narrative and character building. I kind of like the writers and the director to like tell me a story, craft me a story and tell me it and get me hooked. I thank you, one good dog, for that resub. Um, I'm sorry. I feel like I feel the world is complicated and strange enough with like more dire consequences than you'll ever find in a game. I kind of go to video games to escape that level of complication. I don't like things too complicated in my games in terms of that. So I do like some things simplified and like kind of like told what to do sometimes. I obviously I like exploration to a degree, but like when you're everything is about choice, authority, and forge everything on your own, like it's one step removed from like create your own game like a Minecraft, which I'm really not into games like Minecraft at all because I just don't enjoy like that part of it. But yeah, this one was very quick because this one normally Final Fantasy IV normally takes about like 20 hours to beat. Um, but yeah, this is 100%, and I almost like level capped everyone on this one too. And this music, man, this is such good music, and these like iconic characters. But always a blast going through this one again. Just so much fun. And we just recently in 14 had a lot of Final Fantasy IV themed things going on. This version of Final Fantasy IV is probably it's definitely easier than a DS version, but I would say it's a little bit harder than the OG version. Oh wait, no, the GBA is GBA is the easiest version if I understand from what I remember. OG version is this is like I think next after that, then OG, then DS, I believe. Or is it the PlayStation version or the PSP version? Uh, this is all up for debate. I'm just trying to remember in my head. Um, Obviously, if you use boost, this is going to be easier. But what am I seeing flickering on the screen like this? You guys seeing that? Is that? Oh, it's off by 1 pixel. There we go. Okay, game. There we go. Sorry, that was driving me. So there was a 1 pixel see-through of Final Fantasy XIV's screensaver mode going on the left. It's gone now. We got rid of it. So anyway, yeah, I played through. Oop, I keep forgetting on a delay here. Can't spam buttons. Yeah, I went through the classics. It was a really good time. I do feel bad. I have a lot going on. Like I'm working another job, and thing like it just moved, and like I was dealing with a lot. Like like dealing with my like cat having cancer. So I didn't really want to stream as much lately, and I feel bad because I kind of wanted to stream my playthroughs of 5 and 5 since this is gonna be my first time playing through them. Um, Probably like I think it might have been interesting, but I actually kind of sort of don't regret it now because I was able to like just be very chill and really soak it in and like not have to worry about like speaking to chat to you and like focusing on them because I wanted to like really like soak it all soak it all in and appreciate it and put myself in a mindset to appreciate these older games that I'd never played. Obviously, I played some of the older ones, so I can at least have a bit of a frame of reference. But it's still kind of challenging to go back to a retro game, and especially older retro games, and dive into them. Um, but thankfully, we had some nice quality of life updates there to make it easy. easier, sorry, to get in. Now for the bad news. I don't know how long I've been playing Final Fantasy VIII Remastered. I started it tonight. Let's just see how long my save file is. You're not going to like what I'm about to say. Oh, you're not going to like what I have to say. This is probably the third or fourth time I've tried to start playing this game. This game just, like the first, how long have I played it? I'm just out. I am so out on this game. Like, it's just not, like, it doesn't hook me in. All the other ones had me hooked within an hour. This UI is disgusting. They're over explaining shit. The wording, the wording and not the diction, the vocabulary for this game for its terms is like. I'm like, do I need to get out a guide? Do I need to play with a guide? I don't like the setting at all. I like it's like Final Fantasy 15 feeling. I got cars. Like I saw a road going to a town with like cars and a gas station. I'm like, what? I played 1 hour of this and I'm so out on this game. I don't know. I really don't want to play this. Like, I've never finished it. I've never gone that far into it. I just can't get into this one. I just can't. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I'm not gonna delete it. I'll still keep going. Like, I feel like out of obligation, I should like finish it. But it's gonna be a very slow, painful process. I'm so out on it. I can't. But yeah, I'm just not into it. I don't have 9 in here. I need to grab 9. So I have not played through 8. I have not played through 9. Those are the last 2 I've not played through. So now there are only 2 mainline Final Fantasies I have not finished. And that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to try and get through 8 at some date and then 9. But I've played a good amount of 9 already. 9, I think, will probably go over better with me from what I remember of it. But yeah, 8. Oh man, 8. Whew. Final Fantasy 8, man. Oof. It's not even the combat. It's not the battle system. It's just like everything else around the game I'm just not into. I'm skipping 7 because I've already played this game a million times. Not literally a million times. I actually don't know how many times I've beaten Final Fantasy 7. But I went to boot this up because I'm like, I know I played through on this. I know I played through this on Switch. I totally have. I played through it on PlayStation. I played through it on PC. I played through it on Switch. Played through the original Final Fantasy 7, like PS1 disc. The PS1 classic on PlayStation 3 I played through. Yeah, let's see where I am. Oh, yeah. There we are. We're at the end right there. Let me hide my camera. 24 and a half hours. Yeah. I want that Sephiroth music. OG. I am secretly hoping that at some point in Rebirth or the last installment of the remake trilogy, that the craziness going on with the timeline ghost and Sephiroth and shit, I am straight up hoping there's a part where it throws you into retro Final Fantasy VII. Like there's can't spoil something else. I don't want to spoil something else for you. But like it starts throwing you through like different versions of Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, like MGS4 did that. Max hopes for this to see. Everyone, we're all on the same wavelength here. We all like, and you know they're thinking about this too. Like something tells me they're gonna try something like that. Yeah. Yeah. But oh, don't I want to just close this? How do I hang on? Something went wrong here. I'm sorry. Again, I'm looking off my OBS screen, which has like I use an Elgato 4K Plus. It's external. It has about a 1.5 second delay. It's as good as it gets right now for that one. I probably need to get an internal card at some point, but the specs on this are actually better than the current internal one. I'm pretty sure they're working on a new internal one that will probably have better specs than external. But we gotta wait for that to actually happen. Also, I gotta wait for a new PC. So probably won't try it on this PC, but probably the beginning of whenever the next series of NVIDIA GPUs hit. Not the rumored 40 series refresh this year, but the 50 series. That's when I'm getting a new PC. The Jets lost. The Jets lost? Let me take a look. What were the scores? They are losing. I see. Oh, there were some college football games tonight. I didn't notice. Kansas State beat, is that NC North Carolina State? I'm guessing it's North Carolina. Rutgers beat Miami. SMU lost to Boston College. And Arizona is currently losing to OU. Okay, the Browns, but the Browns are good. They're gonna go to 11-5. Dude, this season is wild in NFL. I'm really upset about my Niners performance, but they did throw 4 interceptions. So they're glad they only lost by 14 when they threw 4 interceptions. Also, Dawn can't be happy that the Eagles only barely won against the Giants at home. That's not a good sign. I'll turn the game audio down. This one got a little bit louder than the other one. Sorry. They must have mixed this. Rightfully so, Squaresoft mixed this audio way higher because this is a masterpiece. How dare you want this cranked? This music should be drowning out everybody. Thank you, BB Boy. Thank you for the resub. Bogtan, what'd you say? You got your wife a small form factor laptop to replace the desktop for traveling. G14 Zephyrus. It's only the 4060 model, but you're pretty impressed. That's pretty cool. If you have to travel and you need a laptop, I mean, not bad. I personally want to avoid laptops because they're like heat disasters. I have the while I have the luxury of having space, I'll keep going with desktops. Although, depending on what happens with like streaming and stuff, if that keeps going and whatnot, I mean, I might need to invest in I'm probably gonna keep my old rig and turn my old rig just into the machine that streams the signal, and have in a year from now when I get a little over a year from now when I plan to get my new PC, turn that in that will be the gaming machine, and then the other PC will be the streaming to keep them independent. To have the two set up, yeah. But yeah, I really don't have a need for a laptop at the moment. Yeah. But yeah, Final Fantasy 7. Maybe we'll get a remake on here someday. On Switch 2, maybe. Do you think Switch 2 is gonna have Final Fantasy 7 remake? Probably not, right? Good old Power Wash Simulator. My nephew needed help with the wall jump badge today. I had to do the first wall badge jump. He doesn't know about what's coming later. I'm like, oh boy, that's gonna be fun. Having to do all that again. Yeah. And yeah, so Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 10, obviously, I love it. Final Fantasy 11, product of its time. Some people still enjoy it. It was fun to go through for as long as I did a few years ago, but I had my fill of it. Not really interested in ever picking it back up. Um, I do feel like I need to replay 12 at some point. 12 is one I played through when it came out and haven't played through since. I got really into it. I played 12 and I played Revenant Wings, the sequel. My game trailers. I don't know if a review ever went up for that, but like, or maybe I played it before game trailers. Maybe I played it before game trailers actually, because it was 2007, right? So that would have been before game trailers actually. Um, yeah, I haven't played the newest version of 12 Zodiac. I haven't played that. I need to do that. I have a feeling 12 will be more to my liking than 13. 13 does not hold up. I'm so sorry. That playthrough, what we played through, that game. Yikes! That I'm sorry. It is much worse than I remember, and I didn't remember it very fondly. It just reconfirmed all my fears about 13. You obviously know how I feel about 14. And then I don't generally like Final Fantasy 15. Um, it was like didn't leave me very impressed. To me, and this is its OG state. It was definitely a disappointment. Um, and I really like 16. Obviously, it could be better. It can be more ambitious the next if they get another go around, but um, I liked it. I don't. Maybe it's not for everybody, but to me, that's always been Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy to me, one crucial part of Final Fantasy to me has always been that not every entry is going to be to your liking. They always do something different with each entry. Some of them appealed to me, some didn't. That's why I had all these gaps. So to be fair, 3 and 5 never came out over here originally. But they did eventually bring versions of them out over here. So those two specifically, I would blame on. They came out later and like was a little bit harder to get into. But like 8, uh, 8 never even at the when it came out, I had no. It didn't look appealing to me. 9, there was always something off about 9 to me from a visual standpoint. Never really, like, but 10 drew me in like right away. Um, so did like 11. 12 was like kind of intriguing to me, but like I wasn't like fully in on it right away. 13 actually was very into leading up to it, but playing it was oof, another story. I was actually in no interest in Final Fantasy 14 when it first came out. Um, and I've told this story before how my reviews editor time told me I was reviewing it. I was like, "What are you me? Wrong person, right? I don't play MMORPGs. Like I have like a bias against them, man. Like I think they're like a waste of time." And they're like, "Nah, you like need to get some like experience. Like we need to like get you to branch out more and like try this out." Like you need to at least play one MMORPG in your life. Like, come on. I was like, all right, all right. 15 I was very into for a long time. I was very highly anticipating that game. That's probably why in the end it didn't live up to expectations because I had kind of ridiculously high expectations for it despite everything. But yeah, that's but like the thing about 15 though, do you remember this? Let me see if I can find this for you. Shouldn't be easy. So do you remember this, chat? And I've talked about this before, but let's mute the Elgato for a second and go to this. Do you remember this, chat? For like, sorry, DMAC Gamer. Do you think any of the allies might jump back into WoW? Wasn't Huber was doing WoW? He was doing the WoW Classic Iron Man, whatever the like you can't die mode, hardcore or whatever it is. He was doing that and he was streaming some of that. I don't think they might jump in to try it out every now and then for new expansions, but I think Brad's gone on record that he has no interest in like diving, like really diving back into WoW, like just casually checking it out. Huber's someone I could see maybe if something like just gets him swept up in it, but I think he's the same way. Like my guess would be like he's like into something and then like he'll just move on. So I don't know about like them like really deep diving back into WoW, other than like what you saw Huber do recently would be my guess. Um, but anyway, real quick. Oh, good night, Lou, bro. Yeah, happy Christmas and Merry New Year to you. Um, The new microphone is just because since I've been remote, we've been having way too many audio problems with my Yeti Pro, and it was starting to get on my nerves. Um, and so I was like, all right, I need a better like people are saying like so basically at this point, this is like this quality, especially after tomorrow when I get the cloud lifter, this is unless I spend a way more money, like this is pretty damn good quality. So if there are any more audio issues, they're not. It's Discord. Although tonight I spent some time in with my 14 static mates, and we got it to a point where they set my volume to 100, and they gave me the thumbs up that I sounded not only sounded good, but my levels good. However, they did concede this is a problem. There is a audio quality setting in Discord voice channels. There's a data bandwidth or quality limiter that you can like pay to increase or something, or you have to change it. We might need to take a look at that. But beyond that, my own recordings, they were saying my own recordings didn't sound that great on Yeti Pro, which is weird because before it sounded good. So basically, yeah, this, other than spending many hundreds of dollars, this is like pretty good. Excuse me for that. Thank you, Clayton, for that resub, and thank you, Materia Addict. Thank you for that resub. I missed some other stuff. Um, did you say you have another job? Yes, I do work another job part time. I have a temp gig that I was able to start when I moved back here. I mean, congrats! I have like another job that like lets me still do this without like freaking out. But it's also something I do not like doing at all. Um, should be pretty clear about this. I don't think I really can do anything in my life that's not related to video games. Um, I know that sounds very like privileged. That's a very privileged take. But I'm just being honest. Like obviously, push comes to shove, I guess I would have to do something else. But like I know what's gonna happen very quickly. I'm going to burn out and I'm going to get like fired because I'll just hate the job. Like I'll probably either quit or just like stop working hard enough or something. And like, they'll just be like, you're not doing your work or some shit. It's like, yeah, I hate this job. It sucks. Like I just can't, I have no interest in other stuff. I mean, and this other stuff I have an interest in, I can't do. It would be extremely difficult. For example, like NASA. Like I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm never going to be able to at this point. It's very unlikely. I shouldn't use the word never. Very unlikely I'm going to be like involved in like something like space exploration or science and stuff like that. That's just not likely in the cards for me. So anything else I would actually have a passion interest for, I've kind of like missed the boat on that. I should have pursued a different career path. Now, obviously, it's never too late to try and change a career path. And obviously, if I were to go back to school, hit the books, stuff like that, maybe. I don't know if I want to invest that amount of money again in that pursuit, I guess is what I'm saying. That that would take like something pretty dramatic, I would think, and that would be kind of like you'd have to go through a lot of like I'd have to go through a lot of stuff to get to that point, and the financial burden of that is something I don't know if I want to take on either. So just explaining that out of the way real quick. But yeah, I just need to be involved in something to do with video games. I've known this since I was like a kid. I think I've said before, if I haven't, this may be your first time hearing it. Like since I was a kid, I've known that I wanted to be involved in video games. It was just like everyone like had a thing where they want to be like, I want to be fireman, policeman, or whatever. Like as soon as I like got into video games at a very early age, I'm like, I want to do something in video games. And like first I was like, I want to program and make games. And then I took my first computer science class. I was like, oh shit, what is this? I am so lost. I was like, oh God. I was like, okay, maybe that isn't, maybe my mind isn't made to handle like programming and coding. I'm like, okay, this maybe isn't, gonna work out. But like I still love this industry. And I was like, well, all these magazines like Nintendo Power, EGM, like this is pretty cool. I love like maybe I can be the person who like plays and writes about games and goes to events and stuff. And yeah, that was the other part. I was like, that was what I wanted. Like as soon as like reality hit home that like I was not gonna be a game developer in terms of a programmer, I was like, well, maybe I can do this like writing thing, and maybe I can do this and and then once everything started going to web, I was like, oh, here we go. Yeah. And then video, I was like, all right, this is it. Um, and it's just something I've just, really enjoyed. But I will also say, yeah, yeah, programming is really hard. I have nothing but the utmost respect for anyone who codes. Like my knowledge goes like XML, HTML, CSS. We could talk about that. I know HTML and XML, but not not like C++, not basic, not like Java. Um Even Action Script when Flash was a thing was like what is this shit? Like Python? Nope. Couldn't really. I think I've told this before. Every time I was in the IDE in computer science, the programming environment for C++, I would just start writing. I'd start trying to code pages for HTML. My teacher would come over like, "What? Why are you writing HTML?" And I'm like, "Because I know this, and like I like get this for whatever reason. This like it's way simpler. Or at least back then, HTML was so simple that like it was one step removed from like markup script like you see on like forums today, like your WYSIWYG editors and stuff. It's like it's like BB code or whatever. It's like HTML. Most HTML at that time was like one step above like that. It was not very, 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 very complicated. Anyway, sorry, I like got lost in my mind there. The thing I've been like mulling though, um, there is a part of me is like, well, maybe so I back in the day, like for me, game development was like you had to know to program or write music or make graphics. So you had to be a designer, like art designer, graphics designer, audio engineer, audio composer, sound engineer, or programmer or computer engineer. And none of those really fit my degree and my specialty. But there's more to video games now than that. So I don't know about I wouldn't say about like writing. You're saying like writing like narrative writing? I would guess probably no. I really don't have that type of background. Obviously, you've read my fanfics. You know how it goes. But yeah. Writing for marketing or community, like community management, like event planning, event marketing, yeah, community outreach. That is something that has been like kind of like developing in my mind about like this is something I would like to try and get my foot in the door maybe with that. That is something I could see myself being because for a long time when I worked at game trailers, I used to go to a lot of conventions and host panels for game trailers, which was putting together the panel presentation, presenting it, in front of an audience. Uh, I know on the podcast, it doesn't always come across like I'm the best speaker, but once upon a time, especially when it's something I'm prepared for, or it's something I'm incredibly more comfortable with and knowledgeable, I can speak about it on the fly a little bit better than things that I'm not quite as well prepared for or not as familiar with. And you're like, wait a second, yeah, like Damiani problems, but that didn't involve like speaking to like a large group, and like I actually don't have a problem speaking to audiences. I mean, I guess I've never been in like a giant like a stadium or something like that. That might be something different, obviously, but like a large panel hall at a convention, like not a small room. Like I think like an anime expo, we had a pretty big room one year. Same one thing with Fanime Con. They gave us one of the bigger rooms one year. The one with when we had the talked about Final Fantasy VII when the tech stuff didn't work, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, that's that's something I very open to like getting back into and have experience with, and maybe doing that at like a game company, because part of the reason I got into doing what I even do now is because I actually did care about the games more than like I never there was an old mantra at game trailers that it was games first, personalities were last. It wasn't about the people like writing about the games, it was about the games, and people coming to the sites were there for the games, not you. Now, that was, obviously very one-dimensional thinking. Obviously, people tune into people for personalities nowadays, and there's a lot of worth to having a personality. However, at the end of the day, I do think the driving force is people coming together to talk about a game, um, and sharing that passion for that game. Like even like reviews from the time I remember before I worked in this industry, reviews were a big like day for people because it's like we're gonna get together and talk about this game. Sure, it's a little bit like do we agree, disagree with this review, but like it was just fun getting together online and like talking about like a game, because it was like it's time to shine in the sun. It was like a really fun time. And at conventions, the panels, sure, it would be me speaking at a panel and taking maybe some questions, but afterwards, just hang out with a large group of people and just constantly talking about random game stuff. Um, Generally, like I'm good with that. I'm very bad at initiating conversations with people, but in those environments, like the work was kind of like done for me. It was like, oh, I had the platform, I talked. Now people are going to come talk to me. And I felt like I kind of thrived in that situation. And so a person who needs to talk to a community and interact with the community or something of that nature, it's like that's something, yeah, that's something to do. And I know communities have turned to like some turned to shit lately, but it's like part of it is, part of it is, not just it's not just messaging, but it's also like really understanding what some like there's some truth to things people are saying, and it's like when people are like the harshest against you, you have to like parse through what it is actually. No, some of the reasons are bullshit and ignore the fuck out of those. Obviously, there's some like bad faith fucking actors who don't deserve any kind of fucking platform and can fuck right off the face of the earth. But even the angriest people sometimes have like a point, and it's like maybe you're really angry because like you really care about this game and there's something that is upsetting you. Maybe you're being a little over dramatic about it, but that's something we could maybe look at. Yeah. 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 Why not check Retro Studios? Retro is in Austin. It's like 4 hours away from where I live. Also, that's Nintendo. Um, Obviously, I'd be open to working at any game company, but the one I'm most hesitant about is Nintendo. It was a dream at one point when I was much younger, but I don't know if I'd actually want to work at Nintendo. Um, I don't know if they would be a good fit for me culturally. They're kind of draconic stance on your like what you can say and stuff is a little extreme, um, to the point where it feels I don't know. It obviously any company you have to like be you know you're representing a company, you need to be careful what you're saying, but it feels like you can't, no matter what context you say, even if you're like saying like this is just me speaking my own opinion, that you can't ever even do that. And even things that you think are innocuous could be you weren't even allowed to say that. I'm like, huh, okay. I was just trying to be like honest. I thought those were okay. Like I'd be worried that like it's that I would be frustrated not being able to be transparent enough. Like I should like stop being around bush. Like obviously you can't always be like fully transparent. I'm gonna guess because someone at the company get like upset with that. But I do think being more honest is probably better than trying to obfuscate shit and like use PR speak to kind of like muddy the message. So like we need to get past it. That's like that's like damage control, like PR stuff. Like that is something you want to do. That's great, but I'd rather just be frank with people to an extent. But I don't know. Yeah, there is no War Nintendo pre-approved PR speak. Um, yeah, but I said like I don't know. Maybe this is a misconception I have. Like obviously, I watch a bit of like the Kid and Krista podcast, um, to get like some of like I want to like learn about what it was like working there. I was friends with. I have just haven't spoken with them a long time. A person who worked at Nintendo who was laid off from them for something similar to this, for appearing on something that they thought was innocuous, and then they got in trouble for it. So it's like, oof, yeah. Although, yeah. So yeah, that would be interesting. I guess the challenge, people want to know about like the challenge of if you were like, what would you see as a challenge in changing to this job or whatever? And you have to have like a good answer. You can't just say like, oh, I have no weaknesses. There's nothing I can't like. There's no challenge here. Like they know you're full of shit, but like you also can't say something that's a red flag. But like I think an honest one that maybe wouldn't be a red flag. Obviously, if you're a recruiter and you know this is a red flag, please tell me in chat. But like a challenge is coming from my current background. I'm used to being able to write and say whatever I want. It's called having like I can have my opinion and express that opinion. So being able to reel that in and fit it into a more corporate friendly message and balancing that within like the rules of what the corporate communication like guidelines are would be something like to like you had to have to like get used to, and hopefully be able to adapt to. And just from my personal experience, Nintendo has been one of the stricter companies when it comes to that stuff. Like interviews, a question that is like slightly off from what they're expecting drew like the strongest reactions from like the PR people in the room with the person I was interviewing. Comparatively to like other companies where they'll let the question be answered and think about it like maybe later. But that's just my experience. Yeah, bigger. Would you say all your stuff would have to be pre? Well, PFRs are called. Those are pre-formatted responses. Those are a customer service thing. My time at Funimation, I learned all about PFRs. I didn't have to do them, but I had to look over them, because our team sometimes interacted with the customer service department, and we had to look over some of the responses they were giving to things tangentially related to social media and community, and like brand management. Oh yeah, brand management. Yeah. The Funimation I worked with brand managers, actual brand managers. Yeah, they actually were called brand manager for certain like anime. It was amazing. A guy I worked with was the brand manager for Dragon Ball. He's a pretty cool guy. I was like, dude, you're the brand manager for Dragon Ball? That's pretty cool. And the other one was one of them was for One Piece. I was like, Brad would have loved that guy, but I wasn't very much into. I just knew how big One Piece was. I just didn't really watch it. I was like, yeah, I'm a Naruto and Bleach guy. I'm sorry, you guys don't have that. Sorry, I like those ones the most. But you got Cowboy Bebop. I love Cowboy Bebop. That one's a good one. You got Escaflowne. I like that one too. That's pretty good. Like I had enough there that I like. Oh, Full Metal Alchemist. They had Full Metal Alchemist at the time. Yeah, Bleach is an anime. Yes, it is. It's also a manga. Yeah, you're still salty about the ending. I don't know anything beyond the original anime's run. I haven't watched the new one. I was so excited, but I never actually watched it. I'm waiting for the new anime to end, and I'm just gonna marathon it when it's done. When it's all done, I'm just waiting for that. I didn't want to like watch it. I didn't want to do that again. I'm like, just when it ends, I will dive in, and then next year, yeah, next year is when it's supposed to be ending, right? Yeah, that's when I'm like, we're going in. I'm doing my Bleach watch. We're going. I'm ready for Bleach, baby. Oh, we can take this screen off. I just realized. I can go back to the Christmas and Eorzea background here. Very nice. Yeah, brand manager. But yeah, I have yeah. So obviously, I have background in obviously in writing, in content creation, live streaming, um, everything you saw like at GT and EZA. Um, do you guys know the story of how streaming started at Game Trailers? uh, the birth of streaming at Game Trailers. Have I told this story before or no? Kyle did not start streaming at Game Trailers. No, he did not. I mean, has Kyle told a story? I guess I don't know if Kyle's told a story, but if I've already told it, we don't need to go over it again. I just forget if I've told all of you or not. But anyway, like obviously I have those like skills. Before that, I worked in a publishing company that published animal magazines, like Cat Fancy, Dog Fancy. I forget what the horse one was called, but a bunch of like Bird Fancy, all those magazines and some like books, and they were jumping into like onto web like they wanted a web presence and they needed their content. They needed web content, and so I was part of the web team. So I was responsible using their CMS for managing, for setting up and implementing their site. So a the IT team, networking team would set up the like kind of like the backbone and the infrastructure and then give us access to a CMS in which like I'd upload the images, like, craft the pages, maintain a home page, all that type of stuff. That stuff is pretty dated now. You don't really do that anymore that way. Everything's more streamlined in that. But also e-commerce. Towards the end, I was managing like the responsible for overseeing like the e-commerce part of the store, like inventory, um, and the reports. Like make sure like we had stock and going contacting the right departments when we had issues with that, and also like looking over like the sales reports. Wait, how did streaming start at GT? So Game Trailers was owned originally by Viacom, bought by MTV Networks, which is owned by Viacom. MTV Networks, Viacom, Paramount, movies, TV, broadcast, cable. Like that's their mindset for how you handle video production. We were just never fully understood by them. And so when Justin TV and oh my gosh. Why do I always forget the name of the competitor site to Justin TV Twitch in the early days? The blue site. Can't even remember. I'm getting old. I can't remember the damn site name anymore. It was another like streaming service site. that other people used at the time. And blue logo. Ustream. Thank you. Ustream. Can't remember that. Um, yeah. Winner rates history. There you go. uh so anyway, when that stuff was starting up and I started to notice some people dabbling into on the gaming side, on my own, I set up like Ustream and Justin TV accounts and personally just started messing with like streaming and started to figure out like, oh, how do I actually like stream to it? Like, I need a program that does this. Oh, and sometimes it's not like you don't need a program. You need this like server thing set up to send your video signal. So it's like, all right, well, then you need an account and you got to authenticate. Okay. And then you just, it'll check your bandwidth and everything like that. Okay. Well, then we need to like do I send a video or like how do I do it like live? Like, oh, microphone, oh, a webcam. Okay, I got all this set up. Basically, just did all of that. Very rudimentary and on my own machine and started messing with that. Some of like if you go to I don't know if they're still archived on game trailers, but we like there's definitely some stuff that was archived on there, but like probably not the oldest stuff. But I would just stream like a few random games on there just like to test it out. Oh no, that was my personal channel. The thing was, kept trying to say we should start doing this at game trailers. It's like, can we start streaming at game trailers? There were two things. One, there was concern about the piracy concerns over Justin TV and Ustream in terms of like, oh, like don't people just upload illegal shows and stream illegal shows? We can't be associated with that. So there's concerns over like from a company standpoint, higher level than us, know that those are bad places. Like we can't work with them. And two, no, broadcasting costs all this money. Like you need a studio, you need all this stuff. And I'm like, no, you don't. Like, yes, you do. And I'm like, no, you don't. Like to go live, like it's broadcasting, but it's not like the same type of broadcasting you're thinking of. This is different. Like, whatever. So I had to bring in my own PC one day with all my stuff on it because I wasn't allowed to hook it up to the stuff in the office. I just brought in my own PC and started streaming and had people pull it up in the office. I showed it to my boss. I'm like, I'm the game streaming right now. Look at it. And then another coworker opened like the on their phone. They were somehow able to open on their phone at the time. I was like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. And they just started watching it and like I was like, there you go. That's streaming. That's all it is. And then they're like, cool, let's do more of this. And then we stood up at Station 5. We had 5 capture stations back. Station 5 became the stream station. And we had people rotate streaming there. And then we did like Invisible Walls live. And then we did like a PSP or Vita thing live, whatever, with like Daniel Kaiser and Shane. They did their thing, like checking out the hardware that we live stream. Then eventually, like the live stream was also like in a back room, and then it moved to Jones's room when Jones moved, or the room next to Jones. Sorry, it moved into the room next to Jones, and then we got like a studio on the first floor. But then they said we had to start paying for that space. So after like a year, we lost it, and I was like, oh fuck. That was the best part. That was like the best one we had down there. But yes, that was it. It was literally me coming in with my own damn PC and like this is it. It works. Trust me. Like you're not like they weren't listening to me. So like I'm gonna show you it. Seeing is believing. Then damn it, here it is. Like back then, I was definitely a maverick back then. I definitely did a lot of things without approval back then because I was like, God damn it. I was like, I know better than you and this is going to work. Like, just why don't, like, you don't believe me or trust me? God damn it. Like, why not? Like, obviously, much younger and much more immature, like, not always factoring. I don't know. Sometimes maybe you need that type of thinking. Sometimes that type of thinking might be beneficial when you're trying to take a risk and be bold. Sometimes it holds like not having that type of thinking holds you back. But yeah, like there's all the timeline was like technically not approved. We just started doing it, and they were like, "What? What is this shit? Like, where did this come from?" Like it was so far along that they basically couldn't say no to it anymore. We were like, "Yeah." I remember the day it went up. someone came up to me and said, "This better do good views, or you're in trouble." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Then did like 1 million views in one day, and I was like, "Okay, bye." Bye, as in like it did a good job. Yes, better ask forgiveness than permission sometimes. Yep. No, to be frank, like the only thing this would have been is like a money issue, like using resources to make something that wasn't approved. Like, so resources and money, like nothing more devious than that. It was just like, you were not approved to work on this project. You are still working on this project. So it's like, oh, like what? How is this still happening? We didn't approve this. So yeah. No, I did not get more money because it did well. No, of course not. What do you think this is? Where do you think I live? What country is this? But yes, that was yeah. But anyway, that's how streaming started. Then everyone got into it. So that's always like a fun story I like to tell. One idea I had was to try and get the some of like the OG GT crew in. I'm still in contact with a bunch of them, and I haven't brought this up with them yet. But I was kind of wondering if I should reach out to them and be like, "Would you guys be down to come on a stream and just like talk about like old GT days?" So like, to be clear, this is like, for a lot of you, this is like the GT before what you even know. So a lot of people, I would say, think GT is like what easy, like the alpha build of Easy A. That's like late stage game trailers. That's like end of days game trailers from my perspective. That's like, oh, that was the end. That was like, we have like, there's nothing to lose, and like everyone who survived just gets to try and do what they want at this point. But a majority of my frame of reference is like a more structured set way that was persistent for a long time and consisted of largely a different group of people. And so for me, from my perspective, it still is hard to reconcile, even like talking about it within Easy A terminology in the context of like Easy A community. It's like, I think Bloodworth has somewhat experienced this a little bit, I would assume. Um, to me, when people bring up like, when they say GT and then like they immediately start talking about like stuff that like just became Easy A stuff, I'm like, oh, like my mind always jumps to other things because yes, no, pre 2010, I'm like 2013 and earlier. I would say the GT, that like became Easy A started like towards the end of 2013. Basically, when the final Bossman started, was like the start of that transition, and then everything else that followed after that. That was that was like the beginning of like what you would, and even for a while there, it was just like the final Bossman, and like none of the other personality driven shows really came in until a little bit after that. Yeah, like mandatory update was like, not like, from my perspective, that was not as late, but like it was in the wake of the final Bossman in the later years of that. But like, to me, a bulk of my memory, like my time with GT, is like the big things were like Screw Attack, Angry Video Game Nerd, Hey Ash, what you playing? Mega 64. Like those days, like the mid 2000s to like the early 2010s. That's Invisible Walls was like the podcast. It wasn't GT time, it was Invisible Walls. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yo butts. Absolutely. Like that is, to me, that is like what that is where I jump to when you say game trailers. That's just where I jump to. Yeah. Wait, did Mega 64 do their yearly game award thing yet? I didn't see a tweet yet. Doesn't it happen like January 1st? No, they usually do it on New Year's Day. I'm like Aaron and Todd. Yeah, I'm waiting for Aaron and Todd's thing. Yeah. Although if they want to stop doing it, like man, they've done such great ones of those. It's like they've earned their like every bit of respect that if they want to like stop doing it, when hats off to them. Ever been on Stuttering Craig's podcast, like his current one? No. I so I when I was at Fun, so before at Game Trailers, obviously with doing like pop fiction, and I got to be a little bit of a part of like a team that was responsible with like dealing with the third party content creators. I had interaction, like I had pretty decent interaction with like uh some of our content creators. I mean, they're called content creators now. That we weren't calling them content creators back then. That's kind of funny. I actually gave them like third party content was what we called it back then. Not even content creators. It's kind of funny. But one of the ones I think I had to like most contact with because the frequency of seeing them was Stuttering Craig. He was over quite a bit. Like Jones always was like, talking highly about him. And like, yeah, I think I'm trying to remember when I met him, but like at conventions would always see him. And then in 2015, when I got laid off, I was actually trying to work out something with him to do more with game trailers, but then like with a new version of game trailers. I was like, can we like maybe form like an alliance of some kind? I was like basically like, hey, I know like the old GT is kind of like dead and we're in this new GT phase, but like yeah, I was basically trying to see if like something was there. Then I got laid off. Then there was like he wanted me to like work there, but their structure of how they did their production was a little bit different than how it did at Game Trailers. Basically, Game Trailers was an like an IGN or GameSpot armada of people working for them. Screw Attack had a lot of people working for them, but not nearly as much, and they did things a little bit differently. And I just was like, oh, I'm not quite used to this structure. So I was like hesitant to commit, and also it was not really like a staff position. It was more like project based. So I get paid a fee for video, and I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. I remember asking Isla. I was like, Isla, how much should I be getting paid for your videos? I trust you. She gave me numbers like that's not what they're gonna probably pay me. She's like, well, I mean, it's up to you. And I was like, eh. But anyway, I was like, you know what? I'd rather. I was upfront. I was like, I want to work here like full time at Screw Attack since I got laid off from Game Trailers. That's what I'm more interested in. Like, I need a full time job. I can't just do part time gig. I need a full time job, and they just didn't have a position for that. They weren't offering any full time jobs, but he knew that Funimation was hiring and put me in touch. Hey, like there might be something at Funimation. Like, why don't you talk to this guy and then like maybe apply there? So I met with someone. They're pretty cool. And then they're like, yeah, you should apply. And like, I'll at least, say like, we'll take a look at your resume and we'll go from there. But like, you know, we talked about my background and he's like, like, good references. So I was like, all right, this is pretty good. And then boom, went through a bunch of interviews and stuff. I was like, I don't think I'm getting this job. I was like, thank you so much for at least like, you like looking at my resume and stuff. But like, I was like, I don't know if I did good in the interview. I mean, I haven't done an interview in a long time, so I'm very like dreading ever having to do another interview again. But I think I'm just terrible at interviewing. I'm like, oh God. Either I don't know when to like shut up, or I don't know if I ahead of time like I know a good answer, no good answer, and then like I get there, I'm like, that answer sucks. That answer sucks. Oh my God, that answer sucks. Come up with a better answer right now. Oh God, this answer's not good either. Oh, I'm so fucked right now. They're gonna like hate me. I'm so not getting this job. That's like how I feel like when I'm doing an interview. So like I thought like I was never getting like the job and stuff. Yeah. But it ended up like they called like a few weeks later and like, yeah, we'd like to offer you a position. And I was like, sick. And that's how I got to like work at Funimation and stuff. But like, yeah, it was basically is cause I would never have thought of that if it wasn't for Craig, because sorry, where we're going with this, the Screw Attack's offices allowed Funimation to make this show called Double Talk. That was their like weekly talk show about anime that the team used to do, and they shot it out of Screw Attack's offices. So every week I was going over with them to the Screw Attack office. It was Wednesday evenings, and going over with them to be a part of that and watching how they were doing that production, which is a pretty cool thing. For their thing, they had a whole nice formal rundown document, which is like, I know we have rundowns now, but I think I showed Dawn what we used at Funimation. He's like, "Oh my god, this is so specific," and like they had B-roll, like you and like on-screen graphics, like because they used a TriCaster, and they're like, "Oh man, this calls for like elements to be loaded at specific." I'm like, "Yeah, they were very thorough." But yeah, I actually went over to their offices, and I was on something of theirs. I feel like it was one of the biggest embarrassments for me was I was on a show they were doing, and it was about like sort of competitive, and it was Sonic the Hedgehog, and I just like deer in headlights froze when I like didn't like literally freeze, but like I played so badly. Like I was getting hit by everything. It was just a struggle. It's like, oh dear, they're not gonna ask me back. I was like, they're not gonna ask me back because yikes. I was like, all right, it's okay. I was like, I didn't do very well, did I? That's all right. But yes, to answer that was a very long-winded question or answer, but there, yeah, Fang, that's it. But I haven't seen anything new. Um, I think the last thing I saw of his was years ago. He did some kind of like discussion retrospective on game trailers when game trailers not shut down after it was after all that. He did some kind of like when Screw Attack got like bought or became game, like all that stuff went down. He did some kind of like talk about like his history or whatever. But all I know, like Screw Attack got basically de- Death Battle got gobbled up. The Screw Attack got bought by um Rooster Teeth, right? Rooster Teeth bought them, and then they moved them down to like Austin, or wherever they are, and then they focused on Death Battle, and it basically just became a Death Battle thing. Pretty sure that's what happened. And then they tried to start Game Attack, and I don't even know if that's still around anymore. I don't know if Game Attack is still a thing. Unfortunately, I feel bad. I've like not kept up with that at all. Yeah. Uh what we got here? Thoughts on Nintendo's gone store for 2024, Switch 2. Yeah, okay, Switch 2. And a whole interview stream with Amazon AWS division. Wait, what? Nintendo had an interview stream with Amazon's Amazon AWS division? What's this? I'm not familiar with that. I must have missed that. Anyway, yeah, we went the way. Sorry, that was like basically rewind. All this background I was trying to tell you, like anyone potential people are listening, um, the different like skills and experience I have. It's like, yeah, just because obviously this temp side job I'm doing, I'm not going to be doing it forever. Um, definitely would love to, definitely love to like make turn easy around and like some things that were in the works that might finally pay off. Maybe yeah, I could help with that. We'll have to see. But oh, did I ever get to meet James Rolfe? Yes. Um, Modest Mind, I guess you have not heard the story, the legendary story of how we had him come in. So one of my duties as part of like the third party video team or whatever, being a part of it, is I worked with some of them for some of their fulfillment. And one of them was we wanted to shoot something. We had to shoot some VGN memories with the nerd. Um, and we had to shoot those. And then while he was in, we had already scheduled it and worked out with advance that he would do some shoots for us for Pop Fiction. So we shot the memories with him, and then we did, or I don't know which we did first, but we shot an episode of Pop Fiction with him. But like Don Casanova, that morning I told him that James Rolfe was coming over and that we had the opportunity to have him do stuff with us for Pop Fiction. At the time, Don was my basically my co-anchor on that. Um, Don had inherited the editing of the show um, from an editor named James Andre, who had a twin brother who helped write one of the Master Hand episode. That was actually him. I only did the capture and then like the editing, like the script editing on that one. But he was the original editor for like season one, basically, and helped, you know, was a very good fold to me creatively, and a very good editor. And then once he left the company, Don had been shadowing him, and James had told me he felt Don was a good fit. And so I was like, Don, let's. And like Don was great. I was like, dude, good job, Don. Like this is like some of the like best times were like just being in editing bay with like Don looking over stuff and talking about things. Anyway, he was basically the editor for the show, and a very instrumental part of putting like some of that like that personality of his into the edits to help like fully flesh out those episodes. And so when I told him for an episode for the cheating a cheetah, the cheetah man 2 action 52 episode, I was like, he has a history with this. Dawn, what if we did I was like, what if we did something, a continuation of like what he's done? And Don came up with everything you saw of the live action from that point on. I just gave him a basic thing. Don just storyboarded it, wrote out shot direction. Like Don that morning became a madman. That was when I knew Don was a real madman and probably like a creative genius. I was like, whoa, what? We came back in, I was like, he has a whole, basically he planned out like a whole AVGN episode in like a morning. I mean, it wasn't literally AVGN episode, but like something that could work and fit into the mold. And he showed it to James, and James approved, and it was like, yeah. He goes, you understand? He was up front with us. Like, you understand? I'm gonna like shit on like this game and like blah blah. Like, we want you to literally do what you would normally do. Like, we get it, and you're also like kind of making fun of the episode too. Like, we get it. That's what we want though, because that we don't want anything that's compromised. We want you. We want you to be like literally you and do your thing, because that's like what people want. We don't want some like bullshit where it's fake or whatever. And like we were scared that like he wouldn't be okay doing like full nerd for that, because it's like that's my own show. Like why would I do that? So he was very gracious and very nice and worked with us and did that and like gave us another like outstanding performance. And so yes, Don Casanova worked alongside James Rolfe to bring you the live action parts of that episode of Pop Fiction. Literally, well, I was gonna watch something else here, but I'm gonna bring up to you right now. If you've never seen this before, oh man, here you go. You must see this.
If you want the ultimate game challenge, you have to get Action 52.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Super Mario Brothers
3.
If you were old enough to remember the heyday of the NES, then you might recall the infamous multi-carts, unlicensed cartridges containing anywhere from a dozen games to upwards of 100 or more. One of the most...
Do any of you have stories? I'm sorry to interrupt. It's my own show. I can do whatever. It's my show. I can do what I want. Who's the narrator? Oh, I wonder who that is. Did any of you know kids who had one of these freaking things? I had a friend in elementary school who said his older brother was like 5 or 6 years older than us, would talk about these things. He would be like, yo, I got like the 101 card up. He would never let us have it though. He would just flash it to us like he was some cool, like shady dude. He was like, yeah, I get these all the time. Has every game you can think of, and you're not going to get to play it. I'm going to go upstairs and play it on my NES. You guys have fun. I was like, we're like, dude. And I was like, dude, just go like steal it from him. And he's like, no, he'll kick my ass. And they're like, he would just show it to us. So we knew they exist. I was just fascinated. So anyway, yes, I hope you knew someone.
Well known of these is the Action 52, a multi-cart released in 1991 that contained 52 unlicensed games for the NES. Action 52 also saw release on the Sega Genesis in 1993, and the marketing materials for the game even indicated a Super NES version was planned at one point. The contents of this multi-cart, developed by Florida-based Active Enterprises, are widely regarded as some of the worst games ever made, and Action 52 is routinely a subject of ridicule. Almost all of the games on Action 52 were unremarkable rip-offs, but one called Cheetah Men managed to stand out from the rest. The creators believed the game had the potential to be the next Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so they planned for a standalone sequel. However, Active Enterprises folded before Cheetah Men 2 was released, and the game should have never seen the light of day. That is until supposedly in 1996, somebody discovered a stockpile of roughly 1,500 copies of the game in working condition. These games began to circulate and eventually ended up on...
I actually wonder... Oh, the videos, audio's low. I'll crank it up. I'll crank it up in here. No, it's max. Thank you, Manjeet. This is okay. Like, I'm willing to learn from mistakes. Was it okay to show that, like, that Google map shot of, like, the actual, like, place? It was I'm pretty sure it was publicly known information, the, like, address of the company, right? But that didn't come off as, like... You know, if that had been released today and showed like the front of like a studio, would that have been interpreted as like not a good thing to do? I mean, I found it by just Googling, but maybe it was a random place. I can't remember now, but yeah.
On auction sites like eBay, where copies...
I don't know why I asked you. You all made me feel like shit now.
Today for over $1,000.
Actually, wait. How much did it cost? Time out. eBay. Cheetah Men 2. How much does it cost today? $1,000. Oh, a sealed copy? $10,000. $5,000. $4,000. $10,000. $1,300. 18. Okay, might have gone up in price.
eBay, where copies still sell today for over $1,000.
That's still true. Thanks,
Those
Cosmic Element.
unfortunate enough to snag a copy were treated to an abysmal game with some of the worst gameplay ever. If you somehow managed to make it to the end of the 4th level and defeated the boss, the game didn't advance due to a game-ending bug. Most chalk the glitch up to the fact that it probably wasn't finished, but at some point a person came forward saying that there were more levels than just the original 4. Were there really more levels to this train wreck? And if so, how did one go about accessing that?
Hey, that good music at least.
The urban legend to unlocking these hidden levels goes something like this. If you happen to own one of the rare copies of Cheetah Men 2, you simply place it into your NES and flip the power switch on.
So I gotta ask about this. This is something like, I mean, it's good to be a critic of your own work. If this was such a rare game, also look how it's spelled. There's no H in Cheetah Men there. I just realized that. That's a top loader NES. How is this a well-known urban legend if barely anyone owned the game? But maybe that's the point. Urban legends sometimes are like questionable sources. So I guess it still fits in.
On and off rapidly. If you're patient enough, eventually the game will place it into your NES and flip the power switch on and off rapidly. If you're patient enough, eventually the game will start up somewhere other than the first level. One of these random starting points was apparently the 5th level of the game. After reaching that level through this unorthodox method, you can play through and reach the 6th level normally and eventually take on the final boss of the game. Considering how rare and expensive Cheetah Man 2 is, we were unable to secure a copy on our own through traditional means. So instead, we decided to resort to something a bit more drastic.
Dawn time. This is all done from here. For the live action stuff is all done. Dude, a CRT?
Hello, nerd. I want to play a game. I've locked the doors, so don't bother trying to escape. Now that I have your attention...
Like how it's the GT logo. Now thinking about it, it's like...
Go over to that box in the corner and take out its contents. Just like that. Yes.
Fuck!
I see you're familiar with that game. If you ever want to leave this room alive, you're going to have to access the hidden levels in Cheetah Men 2 by flipping the power on and off.
Come on, I played it enough.
Play or die. The choice is yours.
Yeah, that's... He already owned it, so 2 birds with 1 stone. We're like, we also need your copy of the game, please. Of this $1,000 game. Which you will only be handling it. We will not touch it.
All right, fine. Let's do this. Fuck! How the hell is this gonna happen? This is impossible. Why the fuck did I even put this fucking piece of shit in here? I'd staple my balls to the ceiling if I could reach.
That's very good, nerd. You finally understand. Given how random this potential glitch is, you could be at this for years potentially and never get it to work. Since you figured it out, I'll release you as I said, but before that happens, let me share with you some insight into this glitch.
More torture.
In order to better understand the glitch that plagues Cheetah Man 2, we here at GT decided to reach out to Damiani, an NES engineer who works on NES emulators and custom NES ROMs. Damian writes, "The NES can see only about 32 kilobytes of a cartridge's program at a time, and NES games use circuits called mappers to control which page the CPU can see at once. If you've ever opened a cartridge and seen a chip marked 74HC161, MMC1, or MMC3, that's a mapper. The mapper is controlled by one or more ports or locations in the cartridge that the CPU can write to change which page is visible. Some kind of mappers have a function to keep a half page always visible at once, a fixed bank. Mappers designed for multi-carts, such as the active mapper, do not have a fixed bank so that each game can fill a whole page. Other kinds of mappers have a circuit to clear out the mapper whenever the 1.7 MHz CPU clock signal is interrupted, a power-on reset. The power-on reset circuit in the active mapper might be poorly engineered. When the NES powers up, the mapper is in an unpredictable state that depends on electrical noise, ambient temperature, and other factors. The data in the console's RAM is likewise unpredictable. In order to start the program properly, each page needs to have a reset stub, or a short piece of code that runs when the console is powered on, or reset, and writes a page number to the mapper's port, so that the CPU can start from a known page. I've read that each level of the original Cheetah Men is stored on a separate page and can be extracted to its own ROM file. And if the code quality in Cheetah Men 2 is anything like what I've read about Action 52, some of the reset stubs might be defective. A defective stub would cause the program to start executing in the wrong page or to just freeze. As you've seen from the footage and from the previous statement, these games were a mess in terms of their coding. We could just attribute the bugs to the fact that these were unlicensed games that were poorly coded, but there's actually more to the story than mere speculation. During the course of our investigation, we came across an article written by Active 52 connoisseur and journalist Adam Erickson, who interviewed a former Active Enterprise employee named Mario, who had a hand in the development of Action 52. Mario shared his experience working at the company and revealed some insight into why these games were so buggy. Mario told us that Vince Perry, the owner of Active Enterprises, wanted Mario and some colleagues to work on a game called Action 52. After signing contracts and then completing training at a facility in Salt Lake City, Utah, Mario began working on the game. Mario doesn't remember why, but for some reason Vince wanted all 52 games completed in 3 months. Anyone who would try to develop 52 games in 3 months was asking for trouble. If you don't think Mario's testimony is strong enough evidence, then check out this excerpt from an expose on Active Enterprises and its owner Vince Perry that ran in the Miami Herald back in July of 1993. The article delves into the financial background of the company, but also reveals that Perry farmed out the programming of Action 52 to college students. Even back during the NES days, any respected developer would tell you that a 3-month development cycle relying only on amateur programmers would have been a terrible idea. The final part of this tale is that the hidden levels actually exist, and there is a surefire way to reach them. Eventually, the ROM of the game made its way onto the internet, and the programmer named Paco-chan took the liberty of going to the game's code and patching it up so the players could finally experience the game without any of the crippling bugs. That meant that when you finally made it past the boss in the 4th level, you advanced to the 5th level rather than getting stuck. Don't get too excited though, the 2 new levels are just as bad as the first 4,
Yeah.
and the reward for reaching the end doesn't justify the agony you have to endure. Paco-chan also echoes the earlier sentiments about the sloppy nature of the game's programming by adding that he discovered there's a glitch in Cheetah-Men 2 that prevents the game from recognizing you defeated a boss. The game does some kind of check at the 2nd and 3rd boss that always returns a wrong value, preventing anyone from advancing to the next level. Paco-chan simply went into the code and forced the game to ignore the wrong value and return the correct one so the players could advance in the patched ROM.
So as you can see, the hidden levels do in fact exist, but due to a multitude of factors ranging from poor coding practices to a rushed development cycle,
Here we go.
they were originally only accessible via the power flipping glitch.
Make fun of us. Here, do it. Make fun of us.
Yeah. Just wasted all my fucking time. I just had to play this fucking piece of shit again.
I love
Did you
it.
see? I did the glitches episode where I showed that the levels do exist. You know that, right? Like they exist. What do we have to know why they exist? Like if you look at a piece of dog shit, do you have to explain how it came out of the dog's ass? We don't need to know that. Just because something sucks, we don't need to know why it's come to be. Fuck this. Can I go now? Am I done? Am I done?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. That was everything after. Yeah, Dawn did not. That was Tame Dawn. We hadn't seen Unleashed Dawn just yet. So there you go. That was Dawn. Madman Dawn right there. No, it was Brandon's voice modulated. That was Jones doing the voice. Unless I'm misremembering? I'm pretty sure we had Jones just do that voice and we modulated it. Was there any project? A Metal Gear Timeline, but that ship has sailed. There are much better Metal Gear lore videos have come in like the 10 years since we were supposed to do it. So basically, we knew something was going on at game trailers and it wasn't good. And there were like whispers that we're going to get bought and we might all get laid off. And I was like, yeah, fuck that. I'm not like making some new thing and they're going to like take ownership of it. Like my fear was we work our ass off, make it. They buy us like that day, the next day or whatever. And then like they like we get like no fanfare. It's like they like we that thing, like they just take it and like, oh hell no, like no, I'm not giving that shit to you. And then yeah. 4-hour video. 4-hour video. That could be good. And so real quick, I know we went down this road. I had this other video up and I forgot. Remember we were talking about like how I ultimately didn't like Final Fantasy 15, but I was very excited for Final Fantasy 15. Like the build up. Here. Do you remember this trailer for Final Fantasy 15? This one actually got me very like I was pretty excited. This got me incredibly excited, but like the thing is, this trailer to me had like it represented something that like the game obviously is not. But like I always felt sad that we never like got something that was more on par with this, because the original version of Final Fantasy 15 felt so jarring, disjointed, incomplete to me. And a lot of the emotional beats didn't hit because I was like so confused at points about, because I thought we were lacking so much information. Like, how did we arrive at this here? I feel like we just skipped like many chapters of a book. Where, what? How do we go? Nah. Yeah, I definitely showed this off too. But do you remember the Omen trailer? We don't need to watch it if you guys don't want to like check it out. But it's still a good trailer. Like, but it's not reflective of gameplay at all. It's a CG trailer, and it's still a thing where I feel like I do like CG trailers to an extent. I just think they have an appropriate place, and you still need to rely on good gameplay trailers more than ever. But something like this can seal the deal for some people. So here, it's just inspired by 15. It's not actually like what 15's about.
To crown the King of Light is the calling of a crystal. Only the true king, anointed by the crystal, can purge our star of its scourge.
Like, this environment is not in the game at all. The 13 train? Yeah. You know the Easter eggs in the train. We can go back and see them if you missed them. Might be a little too loud, sorry. Some like Death Stranding Inception shit right here. It's a little loud for me. Then looking using the movie Kingsglaive shit. That one magic shot is better than any of the magic you use in the game. Was one of the DLC like involved gun shooting, right?
And I'm the chosen.
But the twist here,
Yes.
like World of Ruin. The unreliable narrator.
Guess I can do it. I won't let you down. I know you won't.
How many must die before you are satisfied?
So it's the king's nightmare.
I have seen many deaths, but now I'm only looking forward to one.
So that's how like they present it. That like it's his like nightmare about what will come to pass.
He will take responsibility, you know.
As must we all.
May the gods forgive me.
But like I felt more of a bond between Luna Freya and Noctis in this trailer than the entirety of the game. Yeah. I just did not feel like Noctis cared about Luna Freya at all in the game. It was like, why, what, like her, when the part happens, when Arden does the thing in the Leviathan town or whatever, I can't remember its name. I was like, is this supposed to be dramatic? I'm like, this is so out of nowhere and unearned. And what I was like, oh God, I don't know anything about this character. I don't know enough about this character. It's like, what? Yeah, it was rough. It was a rough one. Oof. Yeah. Hopefully that trailer music didn't get us in trouble. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Ooh, Final Fantasy 15. So the Prompto DLC was the one with the gunplay. Okay, I knew there was something with like that involved shooting, but all the DLC stuff, like I will concede even without playing it that like the DLC and the complete edition probably smooths out a lot of the rough edges and makes it a better overall game. It's just I was so burned by the original experience and like waiting how long we waited for it. That was fair enough. Giving them like another year and a half to fix it, like sure, credit where credit is due. They didn't give up on it, but I think when you take as long as it did, that kind of no longer it doesn't matter. It's like, nah, you kind of needed to impress, like first impression here, like hands on. It's like we're playing it, it's here. You had all this time, and it's yeah. But also, if you liked it, I mean that's cool, But this is just me. I just really wasn't, very impressed with what I got in the end from 15. Final Fantasy 15 in a nutshell. Yeah. Wait, Final Fantasy 17. Oh, I got trolled. Some random person's special, like there has to be YouTube channels dedicated to making fake trailers, right? For like games that don't exist, right? That has to be a thing, right? It seems way too obvious. Like taking existing footage. You Stand By Me, but I mean like having powerful songs in a game, I feel like Final Fantasy has always done a fantastic job with the music. I love Final Fantasy 15's music. I love Final Fantasy 13's music. Music has never been an issue to me in Final Fantasy games. I don't think any one Final Fantasy game I could say had a disappointing soundtrack to me. Yeah. Like when I was like more aware from like Final Fantasy 4 onward, everyone I played. I have not even like what I've heard. You're like, well, you haven't played through 8, you haven't played through 9. Like I hear their music in Final Fantasy 14. Obviously, I know their new arrangements, but like I've heard the OG versions too. And they're still fantastic. So it's like, yeah, they've never. I saw there was an interview or something with the Chrono Trigger team, and they mentioned about this theorizing about Chrono Trigger 2. Is this real, or did I dream this? I thought I saw something on my Twitter feed about this. Was I baited, or is this real? Ah, released on Christmas Day. Something about they theorized it'd be easier to make 2 than it was to make the original, which I'm like, oh, really? I love. I know I get it was probably just a casual conversation. I would love a deep dive from them, going like being able to share everything about that game. And you know, I feel like there are a lot of misconceptions, misunderstandings, and misreported information about that game and its development and its legacy in terms of like status, about why we haven't seen like a like follow up to it in Chrono Cross and Radical Dreamers. Yeah, there's a lot of hearsay and like I heard this and I heard that, but I've never seen anything concrete. I'd love to. It's as real as Silk Song. Jeez, please stop doing this. Final Fantasy Versus 13, all trailers remastered. Oh man, would love Kingsglaive. First 12 minutes, Kingsglaive. Dear Lord. All deleted scenes from 15. Do this mean things that were in trailers that just didn't end up in the game? I think that's what they mean. Okay. Yeah. Man, seeing Sakaguchi talk about 14 is awesome. When they brought him out on stage for the EU Fan Fest and him sharing his like experience with 14, dude. I want to I want to play Final Fantasy 14 with Sakaguchi and Yoshi P and others. I want to like do like something with them. Versus 13 exists. It's called Kingdom Hearts 4 at this point. Yeah, we'll see. I think you can. I haven't followed too closely to know where his house is. I don't know that. Remember when Luna Freya was called Stella? Jeez. Someday you have to force yourself to play Kingdom Hearts 3. I mean, you don't have to force yourself. I mean, yeah, never feel forced, but also like if it's something you feel like you need to do, like do it when the time will present itself. There's not a dire rush, right? And I'm looking through all these like list of trailers for Final Fantasy 15. And man, oh, I've been avoiding Rebirth stuff. I'm like on Rebirth blackout. I keep seeing like interviews being posted. I'm like, no, that last trailer showed too much for me. I'm like, no, I'm been good. I just need the date and we're good. No more. And wait, what is there a demo? Did they announce a demo? Did they? Isn't there what demos were announced? Oh, it's Hopium. Okay, I was like, I don't remember. I think Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown announced a demo. Um, I don't know if Rebirth is getting a demo. I think the hype for that game is higher than Remake because it's a proven commodity now. I hate using the word commodity, but it's proven. It is, the hype is real for that. And the trailers have shown, like, have answered the primary questions I think everyone had. I guess demo will still convince people who aren't like very into Final Fantasy, but have like an interest but aren't like very deep into Final Fantasy. I do think demos serve a very important purpose. They convert people who would otherwise not be caught by your other marketing materials and swayed into a purchase. Um, and you know what? I do think they've been having pretty positive reception. The 16 demo um, had very positive reception. Even the Forspoken demo, remember, like at least got people curious. I mean, there was 2 demos, right? If I recall. Yeah. Remake didn't have a demo, right? Or did it? I can't remember if Remake had a demo. I can't. Yeah, because I went nuts that day with Huber, right? Wasn't I in the studio and it dropped and Huber kind of like was freaked out by how loud I got? I don't think he's like, dude, I've never seen you get like this before. What the hell? I actually like Huber the hype man. I actually like scared him. He was like trying to like reel me in a bit. He's like, okay, dude, you're going overboard, man. Like, calm down. Yeah. Rare occasion. I already told him if they announce Revengeance 2 someday, and I'm in like the same room with him, he better wear like earplugs. Like, I'm going to scream and then I'm going to run around the goddamn room and celebrate. Because the sequel to the greatest game ever made is getting a sequel. Like peak platinum games. Like that is peak platinum games right there. Hey Cloud, how you doing, bud? Hey. Cloud's been a little out of it the last 24 hours because he got a new type. Doug Bowser just posted something that might be of interest to you. While it's an honor to be considered with this group, the real recognition goes to an incredible team. What is this? What is this for? One week. Oh, wait, 1 week ago. That wasn't the Game Awards. What is this? While it's an honor to be considered with this group, the real recognition goes to an incredible team that is passionate about delivering smiles every day. What is this? I just got an email with something that says Doug Bowers. Okay. Blood, are you accidentally forwarding Nintendo emails to me that you're not supposed to as CEO? Is that an internal memo from the end of year? I'm kidding. It was a LinkedIn thing. It was some public LinkedIn post they made or whatever. So yeah, you're invited to a secret showcase for the next big thing from Nintendo. There you go. Yeah, we wish. You know the story. Nintendo doesn't really. We get like codes day of. I can't even remember the last of. We haven't been invited to an event in a long time either. So yeah, it's fine. All the other companies treat us pretty well, though. Hopefully, they keep continuing to treat us well. That has been like my biggest concern is going forward. Is that you know with some of the changes that you know might lose access or something. It's like that's so hard to get. So it's kind of like why, if nothing else pans out, it's like I'm in some capacity. I'm kind of like ride or die with like Easy A. Um, the only way I would like move on from Easy A is if like another opportunity similar to Easy A came up that ensured like something with more stability. Obviously, I would be like consider that, but it would like literally need to be. Did my lights turn off? Till the lights turn off. Shit. It's like I don't think my lights. I'm like, what am I like? I was so confused. I read Swordfish's comment wrong. I am so sorry. You got me there. You got me. You actually made me look around when there's lights in my face, questioning if the lights are actually on. Is this real or is this just fantasy? Yeah. But yeah. Hey, look at me, Cloud. Look at me. Hey, look up. Look at me. Can you look at me? Hey, baby. Can you look at me? Hey, Cloud. Let me see your eye. Let me see your eye. Hey, how's eye doing? Can you look? Can we look? Look at me. You look at me? How's your eye doing, baby? Alright? Look up. Looks a little irritated. One sec. Can I see your eye, baby? Can you look at me? Hey, how's your eye? You alright? Sorry, real quick. He had to. I took him to the vet yesterday, Wednesday. Yes, yesterday. Just because like he hadn't been to a vet in a long time. He went to an oncologist, the first week of November. Um, but like he hadn't had like a normal vet visit, so I just wanted to go over some things with a new. I had to get a new like. I moved here. I didn't have a vet here. They were wonderful. They were really good. The technician and the vet were very nice, very good. Like felt very comfortable with them. They were very, very, very warm. So they gave me like really good options for because he's only going to be on pain meds. That's the only thing we're doing going forward. That was the decision I made like over a month ago. If you're not aware, he got squamous cell oral cancer. Like in the beginning of October, he was he had a biopsy done, and they found that that's what he had in his mouth. It's actually what was causing his eye discomfort for the past few months. Um, and so they went over all that with me, told me like what the prognosis was. Did too long didn't read. It's take it easy, modest mind. Um, it's not. It's one of the bad cancers. You don't want to get this, even as a person. You don't want to get this type of cancer. So, they gave me like how long generally they last. It will like last, and um, we decided like the cost for any kind of like radiation treatment is astronomical. Let's just say the total treatment was like approaching the cost of my car. And I was like, and honestly, I would probably put myself into debt for that if there was like a possibility of light at the end of the trouble tunnel. Um, nah, the two specialists told me the same thing. They're like, it will possibly provide some relief. Like for a month or so, it'll look like it's gone, but it is just going to come right back. And the trajectory is still pretty much going to be the same. It doesn't really prolong, it just provides extreme relief in the short term. And for that cost, like obviously I don't want to see him in any kind of pain, but that for that cost, I was like, I couldn't even afford that for myself. I was like, holy shit. Um, but they're a good pain medication for that. That was an alternative. So yeah, went with that. But the problem was the pain medication he was getting, it's basically morphine. It's a controlled substance. It's morphine, something you can take for humans. It's like, oh, I was like, why is this so strict? It's like, because humans can use it in abuse. I'm like, well, what the fuck is this? And they're like, oh, it's just fucking morphine. I was like, okay, wow, okay. I was like, all right, they're like, yeah, you like need to wash your hands. Like, don't don't like give him it and then eat or something because you might get someone like you don't want to be loopy. I'm like, oh, okay, but they have this new vet gave me some alternatives and they're freaking fantastic. And that's kind of what's going on with them right now. They gave him something that was like a neck thing that lasts for like for a week, like 4 or 5 days. Uh, they told me he might be like hallucinating for a little while. I was like, what? They're like, yeah, if it lasts more than a day, give us a call. He's pretty much back to normal already tonight. But like, he was like going crazy like last night. I was like, what the F are you doing, cat? I was like, there's nothing. Like, I was like, there's nothing over there. What are you doing? I'm like, oh my God. But yeah. But like, there's like for more traditional stuff, there's stuff I can rub on his ear. There's like chewables I can give to him that are like soft, like creamy candy things. That's was very good to hear because the current way I'm giving it to it, I'm like a little worried when he really needs it, he might not be getting all of it, so he might not be getting the full dose. But the good news of if there's any good news in this, is that where he is in the time frame and how he's doing, they said like it's like very exceptional, like how well he is doing. That like this is like this is like he's like in very good condition for where he's at relatively, but also like that doesn't mean anything in the long term. It's just like, yeah, like they're like usually you start seeing a little bit stronger deterioration in a lot of things by this point, and but the kind of thing to keep, and I'll wrap this up, sorry, the caveat is we one of the specialists really believes we caught this super earlier than usual. So without like doing a CT scan to get like the full full scale of things, they couldn't give like they could give a more accurate estimate. But like his best guess was like you caught it very early, so he might be on like the longer end of like the prognosis in terms of like how long he has. But like just keep in mind like nothing's definitive and stuff. So yeah. I guess the silver lining to wrap it up is I'm just thankful nothing happened during like Christmas. Like, not, I just didn't want like something bad to happen and like in me to associate like something super terrible and traumatic with like Christmas. I was like, please, like, not this week. I was like, please, just not this week. Like, I don't like one annual, like, I already like, you know, my Tifa passed in like January, like almost it'll be 2 years in like a few weeks, in like 2 weeks. But that's like it's not also associated with like another like big event, like a holiday. And I was like, I was like, please don't do that. I was like, one little small like mercy. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, he's relatively doing well. So like I'm very thankful for like he's made it this far, and like, hopefully we still have a, good few, months left. So we'll have to see. But yeah, that's like the sad thing I've also been like dealing with on top of like everything else. It's like, yeah, I have to go through that again. What nice camera angle 14? What did it do? Did it do something inappropriate? What did it do? This camera is notorious. Yeah. I mean, there's miracles, sure, but like, I know, like I'm telling you, is being realistic. Like, it's a terminal cancer. It's not curable. It cannot be. It can't go into remission. It basically will run its course, and then, yeah. The sorry, like if you are curious, it's like the goal is to identify that threshold where it looks like it's about to like nosedive, and taking care of it before it gets to that point so that they don't suffer. That's basically it. There's a weird clipped angle showing under the map. Yeah, I love video games. Yeah. So, and I said it before, I'm trying to stay like happy and optimistic around him so that like he doesn't pick up on any like bad vibes. So, yep. Sorry, I know it went into some sad, depressing stuff, but I need to give you a little bit of like background on that. I know some of you were curious because, you know, I've like given some like small updates about that. But yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna go too much longer. 'Cause I do have to get up and start. You know, have to work my other part-time job tomorrow. I'll be honest. Like, yeah, I like desperately like a huge goal. If you like 20 New Year's goals and everything is like get back to a place where like all I have to do for my job is involves video games and don't have to rely on anything else for income. I just like uh uh yeah, just like want that. I like the desperate part of me is like, man, maybe I'll like find an even cheaper living situation and whatever we make off EZA actually will be enough and I can just keep doing that. It's like I'm almost at that point where I'm like, yeah, I would consider that if that was my only option. Between that and a real job, I'm like, sorry, not a real job. Ain't like what do you call it? Normie job, other job. Like we want people to respect what we do. So I'm being facetious, obviously, but yeah, I just need to do something in game industry. Yeah. Some people asked earlier, what the relocate thing? I'm committed to staying here through, I mean, a year, through the end of my lease at least, which is ends in October. There's like literally only one thing that would pull me away from that. There's only one thing in my mind that could pull me away, and that's not happening. Um, other than short of that ridiculous thing, um, no, I can't do that to my family. I moved here. I'm spending time with them. Um, you know, getting to see like my niece who I never saw. Spending a lot like I'm close to like my brother and like my nephews. Like they're taking me to some like arcade either tomorrow or Saturday. We're gonna like they've been dying to take me to arcade. Like, yeah. One of them like said, the youngest one said earlier, like before Christmas, he like literally told everyone, like, I'm so happy Uncle Mike lives right close by to me so I can see him all the time. I was like, oh boy. I was like, yeah. It's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. uh so yeah, it would have to be even at like yeah, yeah, even after like a year here, like it would have to be something pretty good to pull me away. Um, yeah. Oh yeah, we're going to the arcade. We gotta go to this arcade. I think it's an arcade. I don't even know what it is. And then there's some video game museum in Dallas, North Dallas, that I have an interest in just going to check out. They said they've been there before, but it's like older stuff, so like they weren't too into it. But they said they were like, "Oh, we'll go with you, Uncle Mike." I'm like, "Cool. Yeah, I got to go like check it out." Ooh, shoot. Are we still good? Test, test, test. Got to be careful of this XLR cable. I have to give it more slack here. There we go. There we go. Almost like tripped on it because it's so long. You know that museum? You want to take? Yeah, yeah. It's what is in place called Frisco, right? Yeah, like North Texas, North Dallas. Yeah, yeah. Also, I don't know if I could give up living so goddamn close to a Raising Canes. By the way, both my nephews are already like, Uncle Mike, stop talking about Raising Canes. Is that your favorite place? I'm like, yes, it is. And I'm just like, I even made a Raising King song. You know, like the gospel choir, like dun 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 dun. So I just made a version like this, like saying like Raising Canes, and like they get so mad when I do that. My nephews, they hate it. They're like, "Shut up, Uncle Mike." They don't say "shut up." They're like, "No, Uncle Mike, please don't sing that." Actually, if you want like offensive, uh the youngest one only remembered that we had chicken. Well, so I actually had canes. I got to sit down and eat canes with them for like the first time. And but I brought it home. I brought it to like my parents' house, and we sat at the table. The youngest one, a few days later, I was like, "You remember we had Raising Cane's together?" He goes, "What?" And I'm like, "The chicken." He goes, "Oh, you mean chicken?" And I'm like, "No, no, that he didn't realize it was like he didn't even realize it was Raising Cane's." It's like, oh my god, what? It's like, no, I failed you. I failed you. Although something to keep in mind, um, with like my diet, I've been sticking to my diet. Saturday is my cheat day. I haven't been able to eat as much anymore. Like my appetite is actually starting to shrink. And that's been a hard adjustment because I keep ordering what I think I can eat and I can't eat anymore. And there is at a sad point now where I don't think I can eat the Caniac combo anymore. I feel like I'm betraying Raising Cane's. That's the biggest one, the 6-piece tender. I couldn't finish it. I have to go down to the box combo, the 4-piece. The next time I go there, I'm going to have to go to the 4-piece and see if I feel satisfied because I just can't eat as much as I can, which is funny because I have fallen down the rabbit hole of watching this YouTube content creator called Beard Meets Food. It just started popping up on my feed and I started watching as a dude who does food challenges, travels to restaurants and does their crazy food challenges. There's time limits and everything. And it is insane. Like even when I was like larger and like ate more, I'm like, holy shit, how much food is this dude eating? Some of it actually like makes me like kind of sick, but like it's a spectacle. It's like, oh my god, that what? Oh, that looks so gross too. Oh, yeah. Have I watched Matt Stoney? I'm not familiar with Matt Stoney. Thank you, Snarky Puppers. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for the resub. Um, I I mean, because of the stuff recently with like Gerard, I already said this. Like, I watched like some of like a few of the older um uh Carl videos. The one on Roblox, right? He did that one, right? The one on like Tommy Tallarico. Even though I didn't know it was gonna be about Tommy. I've said this before, but like I didn't even know that's where they went. We were gonna go with that. I'm like, what the hell? Where did this come from? And I was like, holy shit, this is insane. He's another food challenge guy, small as hell, fuck, but eats a lot. Yeah. Dang. Sorry, it's H Bomber Guy. I'm sorry, H Bomber Guy. Yes, I went down the H Bomber Guy rabbit hole. Sorry, that's who it was, not Carl. H Bomber Guy. Yes. Dude, because the plagiarism one, he just did the plagiarism. Though that was like a Scorsese film. I was like, oh my god, how long is this? There is an HEB opening up near me. Also, when I went to school in Austin, HEB existed. I had 4 years of HEB. I guess maybe it's like more insane now, like more of like a thing. But like, I went there a few times in college, and it was like nothing special. I guess it's like different now. I probably too late to the party for this, but they advertise eggnog and peppermint, um, or candy cane and eggnog ice cream, HEB branded. I don't know if it's any good or not. Yes, I got those confused. Sorry. Yeah, but because I watched that video on like on the completionist, I went down like an H Bomber Guy rabbit hole because they were being recommended to me, and that's how I saw the Roblox one. And like, I was like, because there are people who were close to Gerard who were deceived, and while I was never like a friend of like Tommy Tallarico, back like we were talking about like shooting all this pop fiction stuff, like that was like his heyday. He like in our industry, especially those in the bubble, that guy was a big name. Like he had ties to like G4, that show or whatever, the one, like he was a well-known person and pretty, from what I understood, pretty respected. So to see like all that shit about him, I was like, what the and it just kept going. I was like, wait, what? I was like, dude, okay, at some point, like you're caught, dude. Like there is no more. But like the more and more you see it nowadays, people think they can just not even say it. Like, no, it isn't. Like, no, it's not true, or not even not true. They don't even acknowledge it. It's like that's where I have a disconnect. It's like, really, like you're really just gonna keep pretending it's not a problem, and it's like, I mean, some of like him, he's like, I think at this point he's just too far gone, but like. I mean, I don't know. It was just like just shocking to see. I was like, what the hell? It's like even like mundane shit. Even like the part about the Smash Brothers review. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, huh? Who cares? I was like, what? It'd be like me saying like, nah, I never hated Wind Waker. I gave Wind Waker a great score. Wind Waker HD, guys. I gave it a great score. What are you talking about? I never gave it a 7.8. What are you talking about? I absolutely gave Wind Waker a good score. Yeah, Wind Waker was always great. What are you talking about? Like that was a 9, that was a 9 game. Like I absolutely always sang its praises and stuff. And then like you're showing the review and it's like written by you, 7.8. No, that's wrong. No, that's not right. It's like, what? It's like, I mean, I understand if you like were thinking something else and then you're finally shown it and like wasn't how you remembered it. Like that's a common thing. Like people will, your memories get older, will fill in things that didn't quite actually happen the way they happened, and you'll take that as truth. And then when you see it, like your first time, you're gonna be like in disbelief. It's like, no, that's not what it was. And then it's like, no, that it was how it is. And it's like, oh, like overcoming that like initial like shock, I think is pretty normal and common. But like they don't even have that part. They just go straight to not like they don't even acknowledge it. It's like, what? And they keep running with like, no, I didn't even do that. I'm like, okay. You met Tom at E3. It was cool to meet someone I watched the TV long ago. Shame who you. Yeah, like that was the thing. Like outwardly seemed very energetic, very positive. And I know we've learned like lessons that like doesn't matter how nice someone is like on camera or to your like to your face. It's what people do. And like no one's gonna be perfect in like their private life or like in every moment, but like I think it goes to show like when you like can't even like say the truth about like small things. Like you're just like almost like habitually lying. It's like okay. Like that feels like you need like not just intervention. It feels like that needs like help. Like profession. Is it okay to say like you feel someone needs professional help if they're at that point? Yeah. I feel like that they need to see somebody or a good friend needs to take them to somebody to be seen. Because that seems like something they're never gonna overcome on their own. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was like a shock because the episode is called Roblox Oof, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be like, and then like they talk about like the Wilhelm like scream and everything, and like I was like, oh, this is like probably like an iconic. I mean, I've even heard of that sound. I don't even play Roblox. Like oof, I'm like, yeah, I've heard that. It's like meme thing, and I was like, oh, like it's gonna be a cool long like history retrospective on this sound. And then they had a mystery, like where did it come from? Like, oh, this is gonna be cool. I'm really into this. And then imagine that's all he set out to do, H Bomber guy, and then just fact checking and digging through your stuff, you go down a rabbit hole of something even bigger than. It's like, oh my, like his reactions on camera when he's like setting up points is like the best part of the videos. Where he's like, maybe this time it was this. Fuck no. Every time he does that, I love that. It's my favorite part. Just like he's just like, it's fucking what's coming up. It's like deadpan delivery because like the answer and he still makes you laugh about like the reaction to the question. It's so good. Oh, the Amico stuff. Like I kept hearing about that and like loosely following it. I'm like, this is a disaster. And like the fact that he was the center of that, I'm like, oh my God, like what? What the fuck? So yeah, I don't know. Like, does he surpass Peter Molyneux then? Like, poor Peter. Did he get a unfair rap? And we found the true jester here. I don't know. It was it was very entertaining. The cribs that it was, and I'm one of those people who's like, yeah, dude, he had an MTV Cribs episode because I never looked at it closely. Like that's the thing. You just like the people can just say so much shit, and then like until you like check it out, it's like, oh God, like this is why I try and like for a long time I've been trying to tell people like you should try and be as honest as possible. Like it's really easy to get caught in like any kind of lie and be like have it come and bite you in the ass. You should probably try and be as truthful as you can. I understand there's sometimes you need to be guarded or whatever, but like in most cases where it's a possible, you should really be upfront and stuff. And like obviously, like I've learned from mistakes too. So it's like, yeah, like, but the thing is, this guy doesn't learn. They don't learn from this. They just keep doing it over and over again. It's like maybe it's like some part of it's like let's start with like just trying it for a little while and like don't you ever like I don't know. I can't pretend to understand what they're like that level of it. It's like I don't even know what the hell I don't know. But it's like he, not good. The dude, the plagiarism episode though. The one writing about the last person. I can't even remember their name. I'm bad with names, man. I'll be honest. I'm sorry. I'm really bad with names. The last one that he spent the longest time on, the person is literally almost they probably every word they've ever read is just plagiarized in all their videos. It's like I mean, he made a good point. It's like, how are these people making these videos so fast? To be honest, it sucks for like content creators because like you're looking at this like, good God, this person just like so much more works harder than me, or like it gets cast doubt on your own work when you see someone who is doing that to get ahead, and it is a bit of a relief to be like, oh, they were exposed. Like this is how they were doing it. They were not being honest. They were being deceitful. That's how they got ahead. It's like, oh, okay. Like it is part of me is a relief because like sometimes I'm like, how do people do some of this stuff? And then like you find out, obviously there are people who do like are able to work their asses off and pull off some crazy shit. Like not everyone is doing that, but sometimes when it's like, how is this happening? How are they like? And it's like, oh, they aren't. I'm like, oh, thank God. It's like one, it's like it's like selfish. It's a bit selfish. Like it's a relief to me. Oh God, thank God. Like they really aren't doing that much stuff. I'm like, okay, whoo, whoo. I can calm down now. Or I like I'm not losing my mind at like how is this like how are you capable of this? Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, the IGN guy. That one is that guy causes a lot of damage in the immediate in the like the immediate time frame, and could have done even larger damage. IGN always like has like been fighting a bit of like an image battle. It was I think it was much more brutal probably in the 2010s. There's so many like baseless bullshit accusations thrown around. Even like game trailers. We had like the one slip up where someone mislabeled footage for we did those console comparison videos, which probably weren't I mean, they're clickbaity and they probably were getting views, but incited console war, fanboyism. Um and one of them we did, the footage was mislabeled and the person editing it wasn't is very familiar with the game and or like video games, and they put out footage for a version of the console version and mislabeled the console. And people naturally had a field day and accused game trailers of being biased and all that. Like, that's the thing. Like, you cannot slip up like that. It will, like, the penalty for like a mistake like that is huge. So what this guy did for IGN, when they were already having like those types of like, you know, issues anytime they had the most innocuous misstep like internally, there was nothing malicious, but like everyone perceives it as malicious. That must have been like fucking hell. Yeah. Also, like, yeah, I mean, you could argue he only got that thing because he was already copying people. I mean, he didn't like. The thing is, like H Bomber guy video tried to point out like some of these guys who plagiarize when they try and do their own thing, like, oh, let's try going honest, legit. They like not good enough because they've never done it before. So it comes across like if they kept doing that, it'd be like, why is your quality so bad? In fact, what was it? Even though he was ousted from the show, the guy who played the writer in Mythic Quest, the character in the show plagiarized their first novel and won an award. That's how he got recognition. And he's later in life, he's hired by the Mythic Quest game to be their head writer in the show. But like the rest of his novels he wrote after weren't plagiarized. He tried to go legit because he was a writer. He he just wasn't good, and none of his other novels got any notoriety or recognition. So it's like, if you're not doing it, like people are going to question it. Yeah. Yeah, so he lied to get hired and stuff. So like, even if he like tried to go legit after that, like it still doesn't excuse the fact that he only got that thing in the first place. And if he like had cleaned up his act beforehand and went legit and then earned his way legitimately in, it'd be a different story, but he didn't do that. So, yeah. Yeah. And it wasn't like a case of like he didn't know better. Like he was just like straight up taking shit. It's like, which is like kind of, I mean, the explanation makes sense, but it's like, if you like, for someone, at least for me, and like I feel like everyone I've worked with, when you're writing a review, it's like you're trying to express your opinion. I don't want to see anyone else's shit until I've written my thing. Like, I don't want to be influenced. So it's like, I don't even want to read what the fuck anyone. Like, thankfully, when we have a game in advance, you don't have that problem. You're not supposed to be talking about it with anyone, and there's nothing publicly out there unless, you know, there's leaks or something. That's like the best case. But even when like you're playing a game when you get it at release day, it's like, I don't want to like see what other people are saying about the game. Like, I want to make up my opinion. Write a review, turn it in, and it's like, all right, it's going into edit and stuff. Then I'll go look at what other people say. It's like, all right, how did other people think about this game? It's like, oh, they didn't like it as much as me, or oh, I'm about like the same as everyone else. And that's the like kind of like, people think that's reassuring, but like to me, it's almost like a little bit like, I'm always worried, like, did I say anything that's even unique or new to the conversation when I like the score fits in with everyone else? I'm like, not that like you need to be angling for that, but like I always get like concerned. It's like, damn, like, is there something else I could have talked about? Like that's I guess like the double-edged sword is that is that the right phrase? No. I guess that's like the I guess that's like one of the consequences of like avoiding everything is like you don't see what other people are saying, so you don't know to introduce maybe a different angle. Like some reviewers who come in very late, they see what everyone else has been seeing, and then they throw in a new angle. They do come in with something new. There are people who specialize in that, which is very valid. Like the more different viewpoints we have, the greater it is for that type of discussion. We need more of that. No one highlights the cats like video game. Best comment, stray review. The first paragraph is just a review of cats. Why? You don't know me, do you? I would write this whole script about cats if I could. I always want to be like, I just want to like, can I write this like it's Cloud talking about the game about watching another cat? Even though it's not a review. Like, of course I'm gonna tell you how great cats are and stuff. Right, Cloud? Yeah, aren't cats great? Yeah. You want to tell everyone how good cats are? Can you meow for me? Oh, it's alright, baby. Still a little bit wobbly. Oh, what was that growl? Oh, okay, that's a big growl there. You annoyed? Alright. When you're still making that noise tomorrow, I might give the vet a call. See if we may need to follow up on anything with that medicine. I don't know if like it like was maybe too strong, the pain medicine. That's my like only concern, is that maybe like it's knocking, like it's taking like it's too potent maybe. So if he's not like like in my eyes back to like how he was the day before he went to the vet, I might just give them a call. Like they might just need to like bring him in to like give him something to like, you know, sober him up or something like that. Yeah. Generally, I think if something was really bad, it would have happened very quickly within the first 24 hours of receiving medication. Generally, that's how like allergies or bad reactions work, I think. So, but yeah, no, you've been good. You're making a growling noise. You're a kitty. Good kitty. A great April Fool's video. Oh God. Man, I've like had my fill of April Fools, man. Back in the day. EGM, tell me about freaking realistic Zelda, and then everyone quoting it for eternity. Why did it bring up my phone? Weird. What else here? We have a little bit more time. I'm gonna wrap it up here in just a sec. What are you doing, Cloud? Like the PlayStation? He likes PlayStation. Likes when the PlayStation's on because it's nice and warm and toasty. Yeah. Hmm. But yeah. Yeah. But anyway, I will say, definitely would, want to keep, if I can, content creation. Like, I hate using that word, but it's what the industry uses. But like covering games, like honestly, I know I'm a little bit more picky. I know it comes across. When I was younger, I was definitely like into like everything. I think I even tried playing like the first not Pillars of Eternity, the D one, the one I played with Patrick back in the day at Game Trailers. Divinity. I played Divinity. A little bit of Divinity. Yeah, I played a little bit of Divinity. Like I even like played like would try that. I would like try anything. I'd play for a few hours. Even if I didn't like it, I was like, I'm gonna try it just to like get to know it. The game I know this sounds sacrilege. The game I hated the most was Etrian Odyssey. But I even would played a little bit of Etrian Odyssey just to like see how it was. I would just like try out everything. And if I didn't like it, I'd like give up on it and move on to something else. I was like playing everything in it. So like I guess it was partially because like when you start working at Game Trailers, like I have access to all these games. Oh my god, let's go! I get games for free. Fuck yeah! We have a whole Bloodworth has this thing called a library with all these games in there. Hell yeah! No more Blockbuster rentals for me. Let's fucking go! I was like, yeah, Blood. I'm checking out these games. See you, bud. This whole weekend I'm gonna be playing these games. Bye. Yeah. Oh, even like Dungeon Crawler, Sheeran the Wanderer. I actually played a bit of one of the Sheeran the Wanderers on Wii. I like in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Like I was fine with those, but I think like I have like a threshold where it's like I played those, I'm good. I don't need any more. Um, yeah. I'm trying like what came out around between 2010 and 2013? Was that Divinity 1 or 2? I'm so sorry for asking you this question. You're like, dude, shouldn't you know that? I'm like, maybe, maybe not. So it was 1. Okay, just making sure. I just want to get my facts straight. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like back then, like I was definitely. I still follow like a good amount of game news, but like I was like religiously following game news. Like every like minute. Like when I wasn't working at something at game trailers, like for like a project, I was just reading news articles nonstop at my desk. Like, what about this? What about this? What about this? Like, tell me more. To the point where I was like, there's not enough news. I need more news. There's not enough. Damn it. I need more. Like, where's all the news for today? That's it. Bullshit. Where's more? Where now I'm like, I'll read a few things and stuff and keep up to date. And it's like, and I'll see mostly headlines, and it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah. Hey, Tokyo Slim, how's it doing? How's it doing? How's it going? Wow. A little late for me. It's almost 1 a.m. for me. Yeah. Hey, go out there and get me some news, Parker. It's doing pretty well. Thank you for rolling with that. That is very nice of you. Oh, but yeah, that, like I do keep it like I do try and like keep up to date and stuff. But like I've definitely as I gotten older, it's like I know where my like my passions have like refined. It's like I'm very into this. I'm very into this. I'd rather spend my time in this and less time in the things I'm not interested in. It's like yeah, which I think is just like coming to terms is like maybe like this that's where a lot of people have gone. And I do think I've kept like my finger on the pulse, even if it's like inadvertent, about where trends are going for like game coverage. And it's like, yeah, the last few years I've seen that most people have transitioned into being specialist. You don't have the broad game journalist who covers there are still some, thankfully there's still some like honest game journalists still around, but most people who are in like the content side, the coverage side have gone to specialists. They become specialists. They play a single series or single type of game or genre of game, and that's all they do, and that's what they become known for, and that's how they grow a community and grow in popularity, and that's how they make a living. It's very difficult to be a jack of all trades and be knowledgeable enough that like you register with anyone anymore. I mean, it's kind of like the analogy to like old network news versus what we have now. There used to only be a handful of stations, at least in the US, of channels, and that's where you got all your news from, and newspapers, a handful of newspapers. But where we are today, they don't have as much sway anymore, and like they can't be like as broad. And like you go to places that like you trust, but also places that like that this is their specialty. I want this type of news. I want this type of news. That's how you stand out. That's how you thrive. And that's where we are with game coverage. I mean, we've been there for a while. Like we're actually probably getting ready to like shift to something new. Honestly, not quite sure what it is just yet, but every so often like we have this kind of like paradigm shift that happens, and that was the one that probably happened about like 5-6 years ago. We started I would wager we started shifting into that space, um like where like video essays became more common. Like it's like video essays, and then you had like specialists, and that's why you have channels. That's why you don't have like, for example, you don't just have like basic Zelda content. I mean, you do have Zelda content creators, like to give you like this. I feel I can talk about this enough, even though I feel bad. I don't know a lot of Zelda content creators, but the few I do know, like some of them do specialize in certain things. They don't. It's not just broad Zelda. It's like I specialize in this. Like I specialize in like timeline stuff and lore. I specialize in like gameplay analysis. Like people break down like dungeons and analyze the dungeon. Like that's the thing. It's sometimes it's hard to do all of that. You can't just be the jack of all trades, as I said. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you for that resub. Didn't miss that. I'm trying to clean off my phone here. Got a little dirty in the case somehow. It's cheaper too. You don't have to buy all the games. I mean, maybe some specialists like the thing you're specializing might be the more expensive games, but maybe, yeah. Yeah. Um, I forget where I was going with this, by the way. I think it was just an observation I was making, but yeah, most most people who are either streaming or making or YouTubers or VTubers, they specialize in something. They have some kind of angle. It might not be a series of games, but they have like a also like a lack of a better word, a gimmick. Something that makes them stand out. Um, and you kind of like the concepts that worked 10 years ago are too generic. That's the thing. It's just too generic. Twitch ruined your 76-month streak. Damn them. But it says you're only on a 2-month streak. Oh, interesting. I wouldn't worry too much about that. The fact that you still support us, Zio, that you're a supporter, we're very grateful for that. Don't get too attached to like streaks and numbers like that. Oh, I was talking about like my refined interest. Like that's where, sorry. I'm sometimes my mind isn't what it used to be. I'll be honest. I like I've learned that like I have as I get older, I'm having a harder time focusing and like keeping things together. Like thoughts. I like am much better when I like write down notes and stuff nowadays. It's harder and harder to like just be off the cusp. I used to be so good at that and be able to like recall so many things and like that, but it's mind is not what it used to be. Oh well. Gamers do worry about numbers. Okay, that is true. I'll give you that. 2-month streak, fake fan. Oh, the hecklers, they come out. But yeah, because I have like more, like I've refined my interest. Like we were talking about, like we could wrap this up by saying like future stuff. Like you were asking like what things it could be interested. Yeah, being more of a specialist in something and trying that. Um, yeah, I clearly have passions. Don't get any delusions. I will be the first person to tell you there is no future in just being a Final Fantasy 14 streamer. There is no single Final Fantasy 14 streamer who only streams 14 that can do it for a living unless they have incredible external support, like being able to live with someone else or they're just financially very well off. It's not something that you can turn into a career. And if you're saying, but Damiani, there are some pretty big Final Fantasy 14 streamers. That's not all they do. There, some of them are more like Mr. Happy streams Square Enix and RPGs and a bunch of other games. And he's a Square Enix specialist, I would say, but also specialist in some other in RPGs, and does a lot of 14 streaming, but he's not primarily a 14 streamer. And some of the other big names you see in there, you cannot just do Final Fantasy 14. If you are very into Final Fantasy 14 and want to be streaming and you want to start with that, you are going to eventually need the very baseline. You need to cover like Square Enix RPGs. You need to be getting into Square Enix RPGs and playing Square Enix RPGs, like making yourself interesting when watching you stream those games and getting more comfortable with other Square Enix games. The very baseline, you need to be shooting for that. If you're not shooting for that, unless you have some outstanding freaking angle that no one has thought of yet, which I'll concede is possible. Not everyone knows everything, and there's no like formula to doing all this. Otherwise, everyone would do it and figure out how to make be successful. So if you truly believe in something, go ahead and try it, but have like, backup plans and be reasonable. But like just being as reasonable as I can, I would not advise just trying to be a 14 streamer. So Cat's playing Final Fantasy 14. There you go. Zalarino, thank you for the resub. So if anyone's like, Dominic, just go like, just be a 14 streamer, like that is not viable. I'm the first one here telling you like that won't work. That's not a career path. But like specialist is in like, literally what I just said, like specialize in Square Enix games, specialize in RPGs, maybe find like another game that, if you're looking for something new, you need to get on the ground floor with something new and hopefully make sure it's not a service game. Don't commit to a service game right away. I mean, you can jump on it for a little while, like Lethal Company. Jump into Lethal Company. Ride the Lethal Company, but then you're a trend chaser. If you want to be a trend chaser, that is something that could possibly work for you. You just have to adapt really quickly. You need to have a very good personality that like people find interesting in some capacity. And you just need to be constantly streaming. Like you can't take days off. Like that's a hustle that I don't think you understand how difficult that's going to be. But that sounds interesting to you. That's how you can do it. Yeah. The finalist Fantasy 14. uh, millionaires sicking thousands of workers to copycat one person. Are you talking about AI? Yeah, don't. Yeah. Oh, I watched a little bit of the Yo Video Games Lethal Company. I watched like 30 minutes of it just as I was like, they're actually playing it. But yeah, like that trend chasing, like you can mix that in. Like I would say, another good thing obviously is like networking. Having even a small group of other people who stream that you can kind of bounce off of and team up for, um, is very good too. That is very useful. Forming your own little stream team is something that could be very beneficial. Um, Obviously, you're reading between the lines here. I'm realizing what I'm saying. Like, if you're looking for a consultant, I have a lot of experience, and I can definitely give like advise in a capacity for a lot of this stuff. If you're looking for a consultant, whether it comes to like stuff like this, or even like your game, like reviews and stuff. Although if we cross that line, I can't come back. If I go over that line, I can't go back to ever reviewing because like that would be kind of like a huge conflict of interest. It's like how could someone who is like paid by companies to review their games come back and be trusted to write reviews again in a even if they're not getting paid, they still have a bias. That's you're not really into Max's Lethal Company streams. I mean, that's the thing, but that's the beauty. Like, not everyone has to be in it. The fact is, you get enough people into it, that's good enough. Another mentality. You're not going to win everybody. You cannot win everybody. What you need to win is like a sizable enough crowd that cares enough. It doesn't matter how small you start. You need to have regulars. You need to have regulars, and you need to see like some kind of growth and go from there. Yeah. Oh, like I'm into your guys' stream. Lethal Company is just not Max's. Okay, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. But like Lethal Company, the point is, Lethal Company streams are a good idea right now. It's like that. Like, that's the most obvious thing you can say. That as I said earlier, just trend chasing. That's not very insightful. I think like where you're useful is if you are somebody who has their finger on the pulse and can kind of be able to tell this is probably going to be the next big thing. Like, even if it's going to be a short term thing, this is what everyone's going to be jumping onto, and we need to be on it. And people who can identify that and are usually right about that are extremely valuable commodity, like to have. And if you can do it yourself, use it yourself because then you are going to do pretty well, as long as you have a good personality or some kind of good angle. What is this? Did you or Claude? What are you talking about? I'm late to your conversation in my own chat. I'm so lost. Vic Rattler in here for F of 9. Star Ocean 2? Oh. Oh. Okay. I now understand a little bit. I recognize those names now. Star Ocean 2. Hopefully you're liking that game. I feel bad I haven't played through the new version of it. I played through the original the first PSP re-release. The was it that one. I still have it somewhere. Yeah, it was really good. But I haven't played, and I played the demo of the new one, and it's like, yeah, they did the effort they put into that visual update isn't pretty impressive. I'm glad it charted at some like on some level on the new MPDs that start with a C that I'll never remember their name as long as I live. Just go back to MPDs, please. Actually, they probably will never go back to MPDs, but really happy it charted. But yeah, yeah. As I said, like to wrap this up because I do need to get some sleep. Like yeah, like consulting. Like I'd be interested in doing like consulting work. Like and it also involves like mock reviews. Like been reviewing games for so goddamn long. It's like I can at least like tell you how I think and like how I think other people are probably gonna think about your game. It's like yeah, probably can tell you how this is gonna go. Those are avenues. Continuing doing what I do if it could become more stable. I mean, I'd still like to play games and like write about them, or streaming them and going to events. I still want to go to events. I wish the big events would come back. I mean, I know E3 died, but I didn't want it to die. I wanted to stick around. I missed that. Um, but yeah, I still like going to events and checking out games. I still like the big, Nintendo Directs, the State of Plays, PlayStation showcases, that the Square Enix presents when it's the big stuff, Capcom showcase, like that stuff. Always a good stuff to watch. So obviously, like yeah, doing this, but like the things I really do like about this, obviously, like there are things I don't necessarily like. I mean, I'm I'm good. I'm perfectly fine being on camera, but like I'm generally not great with like uh, goofier. I don't know goofier stuff. I don't know. Like I like things I have an interest in and or a little bit more of like like I guess serious nature. I don't know how to say it. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but there's definitely some things I like about being on camera. There's certain things I like don't like certain types of things to do on camera I don't like doing for sure. I definitely have like preferences with that. It's not like an umbrella. I can just do anything on camera. Like, no, there's things I don't like doing on camera for sure. As Advent Children hits a theater near you, will you be going? Oh, hell yes. I don't know. I mean, Dallas has a shit ton of theaters. Like it was super easy to see The Boy and the Heron. That was super. But isn't it only coming to Japan? Isn't it only coming to? Did they announce it's coming to the U.S.? I thought it's just Japan for now. Japan's confirmed, but nothing else, right? There's rumors. Okay. Okay. All right. There's a placeholder site on Fandango. What's the rumored time? Like window. Oh, it's right before? Oh, damn, that's gonna be hype. Oh, oh, that's gonna be so hype. The week before. Oh my god. I want to plan. Shit. Okay, so barring like EZA shutting down the next 2 months, which I don't think is very likely, unless every single member gets hired away from Easy Allies and there's nobody left to work there. I assume there's at least two of us. In the unlikely scenario, there's only like one of us left or less, which is zero. Like like just keep it going. I assume we will still be getting Final Fantasy VII Rebirth review, and with Brad no longer a part of the company, I would assume it would probably fall on my shoulders now to review that. I don't know if that's what's going to happen. I don't know if I can do. I promised you all a live stream, but if I have to review it, I don't know if I can do the live stream. But because hearing this news, I got really excited. I was like, dudes, I'm going to go watch Advent Children in theaters leading up to the release of Rebirth and then jump into Rebirth stream as soon as that Advent Children showing is done. Yeah, we'll make Isla review Rebirth. How about that? And I'll just stream it right after I do my Advent Children viewing. Dude, maybe I can run a theater and do my first stream in the theater playing Rebirth on a giant theater screen. Oh. Does that do any theaters actually? Like, I've dreamed of that, but do they do that? Can I rent a theater out for like 2 hours to play the opening 2 hours of Rebirth on an IMAX? Is that possible? Hmm. Also, is it gonna be Advent Children complete or just OG Advent Children? It better be complete. Yeah, better be complete in theaters. Well, because it was only released on Blu-ray, so sometimes like Aliens, the special edition of Aliens was never viewable. You couldn't watch it in theaters. And isn't the rumor that Aliens special edition, the one coming the 4K Blu-ray in February, isn't there a rumor it's gonna get like a theatrical release for like a week? I read that on a forum, but I don't know if it's true. Like wishful thinking. Because Abyss got it. I saw Abyss. Titanic did. The only ones that haven't are Aliens and True Lies. True Lies, I don't think they try and put back in theaters. But Aliens Special Edition? something that was never in theaters before, the special edition. The turret scenes? Definitely be worth it to see it in theaters. Did I ever tell you that we went to go see Aliens in theater, Santa Monica Theater, the New Art, that was what it was called, or is called, um, with Maximilian dude and that group of friends, but it was advertised as Alien Special Edition. And of course, you're seeing with all a bunch of like a bunch of big Aliens fans, like Max and other people there who are huge Aliens fans. The first possible scene in the screening where it should have jumped to a new thing or an extra thing and it didn't, so many people stood up and were like, "This isn't the special edition." I was like, "Oh my god." It was kind of cool to see a bunch of people like in unison be like, "It's not the special edition." And they had to have someone come in from the theater staff, and they just they did like interrupt real quick and like, "We're sorry, it's not, the special edition doesn't exist on print, so we can't show it. We're sorry. It was a mistake." And everyone was like, "Okay," and just like went back to watching it because Aliens is still fucking awesome as the theatrical cut. Yeah, pretty cool. Well, I don't it was only a digital version. There wasn't a film version of the special edition. So you couldn't play it on like a normal film reel. There wasn't a cut. These versions, the 4K remasters, Cameron supervised these and did print transfers for them too for the theatrical releases. So they were new, yeah, for Titanic and for like the Abyss. It's a director's cut of the Abyss special edition. That was not the one in theaters. That's never been in theaters before. The one with like the increase of the Cold War background and like the CG, the 90 or mid 90s, or late 90s CG waves. That wasn't in the theatrical version. I mean, it looks very old even by today's standards, but when that came out on DVD, those special effects looked pretty cool for the time. Like, oh wow, you could tell they were clearly newer than the old stuff. But actually, seeing it in theater, I was like, oh yeah, if you show this to someone new, you wouldn't be able to tell these wave scenes or like were shot a decade later or something, or almost a decade later after the original film. They probably thought this was all shot at the same time. It was like lost footage they restored. What you're watching? Oh, this is the idle cam in Final Fantasy 14. If you just idle in Final Fantasy 14 and go AFK, it does this cool like screensaver camera thing. It seems to be official. Okay, let me take a look. Theaters near where I live. It's not showing anything. Yeah, I don't see anything here. There's like a page. It has the page. It says more details, but it has no show times and it just has a sign up for alerts. I mean, I want to be in a theater and hear the line. I have to hear the line. I need to hear Sephiroth, that deep voice in theaters, tell me, "Shall I give you despair?" Please. Let me change it to Los Angeles and see. Oh yeah, there's a ton of showings in LA. Southgate, West Covina, La Brea, Garden Grove, Ontario. Actually, it seems like it's all like OC and Inland Empire. I don't see any like in LA proper or San Fernando Valley or like Burbank, past like Pasadena area. I'm not seeing any of that. Garden Grove's Orange County, yeah. Ontario is east. Brea is technically border OC. West Covina is Inland Empire. Like it's the other side of the Santa Ana Mountains on the other like east of OC. I don't know where Southgate actually is. I'm not familiar with Southgate. Where's Southgate, California? Oh, that is LA. Okay. Southgate is between Downey and Compton. It's South LA. Okay. Okay. I wasn't familiar with Southgate. And that's IMAX. Okay. Ooh. Dude, no Irvine Spectrum IMAX? Or Burbank. I mean, Burbank's the one you want to go to. You want to go to the Burbank IMAX or the Burbank Dolby. That's a pretty good. That theater is pretty good. Pretty good theater. Oh, these are all Regal though. Oh, these are Edwards. Regal Edwards. Yeah, no AMC. The Burbank's an AMC. So this is just the Regal showing. Okay. If it comes to AMC or Cinemark, then it'll probably be showings near me. Because around here, all we have is AMC and Cinemark. Yeah, the Burr Batman at the AMC, right by like the ramen shop. Yeah, yeah, the, like second story ramen place or whatever. You have to go up the stairs. Yeah, the AMC app has a placeholder. Well, if it's at AMC, the nearest AMC to me is not too far. There's an IMAX AMC, and then there's a ton of Cinemarks around here. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. God, I grabbed the 4K Blu-ray too. Who knows? Maybe I wasn't planning on coming back to LA for like a visit for anything before March. Um, I don't know if it's like obvious reasons, but most important. I mean, obviously, I just moved and didn't like want to go back anytime soon because like I just went through this whole ordeal of moving, and I don't want to be like flying or traveling anywhere for a little while. But the more important reason is like at this point, I don't want to be even like a day away from cloud with like how can't risk that, unfortunately. So I wasn't planning on going anywhere until after this is all over. Um, so yeah, going by like the timetables I was giving, I was like probably like February, March was like the very extreme long end, possibly. Knock on wood, you never know, you could go longer, rooting for the poor guy. But after that, trying to be calm and realistic here. But after some time after that, like I'd be like easier for me to like travel again. Um and so at some point after that, yeah, I was like, well, like basically in my mind, I'll just be honest. The only two things in the timetable that seemed like likely were if there was an April May Nintendo event for the Switch 2, probably come back for something as big as that, maybe for like a 1 day thing. If we could swing that to be in like the studio. I don't know, like maybe a reveal event isn't like worth it to be there because we did Game Awards remote, but but the Summer Game Fest, like assuming we still get invited, we go, we have the opportunity to go. Probably gonna come back for those days for Summer Game Fest and any of those conferences going on, like try and be like in the studio for, for that. Yeah. Nintendo invited us to like a Switch 2 hands-on event. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing. Like it'd have to be like an event we go to and we get something out. Or like not I don't think it's launching in the first half of next year, so like I would say Switch launch, Switch 2 launch, whatever it's called. I think Kingdom Hearts 4 will have some kind of unveiling and like I think summer. Once we're past Rebirth and Dawn Trail. So I think Dawn Trail is going to be June. Would be if I had to guess June, and then Rebirth's obviously February. So I could see at Summer Game Fest, a Kingdom like at Sony, if Sony does another like showcase in the summer, I can see, or Square Enix does their own thing. I could see Kingdom Hearts 4, or maybe even like a Microsoft thing, because like maybe Kingdom Hearts can be multi-platform. Yeah, I think by June or later, starting in June, I think we're officially on Kingdom Hearts 4 watch. I think we're seeing something of Kingdom Hearts 4 in 2024. You might go to TGS this year, Tokyo Slim. Sick. I only went to Japan once in my life. It was for TGS in 2009. Um, I want to go back, and but I don't want to go back until the Nintendo Super Nintendo World expansion is done with the DK stuff, and the second phase of the Studio Ghibli Park is done. Once those are done, and I can get like into the 14 cafe, however that's going to work out. So things I need. I don't know how hard it is to get into the 14 cafe nowadays. I don't know how hard it is to get tickets to the Studio Ghibli Museum. I've already been before, but I would like to go again. It's been a long time. So it's like I want to go to 14 Cafe. I want to go to the Ghibli Museum. I want to go to Ghibli Park, and I want to go to Nintendo World. All with that open and good to go. So I'm waiting for all that, and then I want to try and go. And then yeah, I've never been to Tokyo Disney, so Disney Sea, I would be down for going to that too. Yeah, I'd probably try and aim for like a week. Like a 7-day trip would probably be what I'd aim for. Yeah. Oh, and I don't know about like Universal. If Universal has any cool video game things there at the time, maybe I'll try going. Oh, I need to ride on like the high speed rail. We only rode on local trains. I never went on like the high speed rail. I don't know. I've never been on like a high speed rail train. I want to be on one. Well, maybe that's not true. What did we take in Gamescom? Was that a high speed rail? Actually, I think it was. Maybe it was. I don't know if it was. From Frankfurt to Cologne, was it? Because we flew into, I forget. I have to ask someone. Thank you, Copter Skates. Oh, I need to just at least go outside Nintendo's offices, right? I didn't do that. I didn't have I need to go to Kyoto, right, and snap like a selfie and like as close as I can get to Nintendo to Blood's house, right? That's where Blood lives, right? Hey, Bud, how you doing? It's still a tiny bit wobbly. You just tired? All right. As long as you're not bumping into stuff, that's the cause for concern. You found Konami's office last summer as I was walking around at like 4 a.m. and took a photo. Sick. Oh yeah, the Nintendo Museum. I gotta go to that too. Maybe this might have to be longer than a week. I might have to do 10 days, man, or 2 weeks. Gotta start saving up for this trip, huh? So the time, dude. There's so much I want to do. So last time we went for like what 4 or 5 days. The thing was 4 days, 4 or 5 days, and again it was all paid for though. It was all paid for by Viacom, so I didn't have to pay for it. Um, we stayed at a pretty good hotel. Some of the crew got to stay at the Park Hyatt, the Lost in Translation hotel, like one of their supposedly, I think, is it still the nicest or one of the nicest? Um, yeah. The Square Enix store was still open at that time. The one that had the Sephiroth in the life stream on the floor, kind of like casket looking thing. Um, that was still open. That's not open. The store is now in their office, I believe, and it's a different thing. Um, yeah. I mean, I got to do some stuff. I got to go to the Studio Ghibli Museum. The concierge at the hotel we're at were able to get me tickets the first day I checked in. So no, I bought them ahead of time. He was able to confirm details for me because I was like unsure about how to like collect them or whatever. They were able to like get them printed there and gave them to me, so I didn't have to like go and get them at the museum. Like I just had like a confirmation email, but it said you need to pick up your tickets and you only had a window to go. Like it was, you had a day, but also like a set hours you could go, not just it was an all day thing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I definitely like want to go again. I'd like to go with somebody though. I don't like I mean, I guess that'd be cool going on my own, but this is a whole other issue we don't have time to talk about tonight. You regret I've already told this story how they checked my bag going onto the plane. It was past security, but they had one last check in the kind of like the hallway you go, like the thing that like you walk down to get onto the plane when you leave, like walking from the gate to the entrance of the plane. There was another like thing where they would stop people just to ask. And they asked me to see my, just like, can we look in your backpack? And it was security people. So like, you're not saying no to security people in an airport. And this lady was just going through my bag and it was full of all these plushies from the Studio Ghibli Museum. And she was just like giggling the whole time. And it was like, that's a lot of plushies, she said in English. I'm like, yes. And she was just saying like cute, 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 cute. And she's like, your whole bag is just this. I'm like, yeah. Because she has like looked through all of it and she's like, it's all plushies, all these Totoro and Cat Bus and Gigi. It's like, yeah, it's all the plushies. Hmm. And I walked. We went to the overrated Super Potato. I had a stack of books that looked like I was a librarian, but then I crunched the numbers. I was like, I can't afford all this. I have to begrudgingly like I gotta put some stuff back. Why? No. Yeah. I mean, it was in 2009, so like it was starting to become a tourist trap then. Now it's like apparently a complete tourist trap. Like you don't go to that. It's overpriced and they don't have a great selection. Yeah. But I definitely want to go back. That's cool. You got like getting a house there. I have a friend, a former colleague, Tokyo Slim. Him and his wife live in Japan now, and they've been looking to buy a permanent house. She's a citizen, so they can get a house because she's a citizen. So they were originally going to take up an offer in like one of the more rural towns where they just give you a house. And they found a few houses, but like when you told me the prices, I like my jaw dropped at how cheap it is. I'm like, oh my god! But like, you have to have Japanese. Like, is that correct? You have to have Japanese. Someone who's on the names on the deed has to be a Japanese citizen. You have to have citizenship to own a house. Is that correct? I'm not sure if that's what I believe they were telling me. I just want to make sure that's not correct or not, or if that's correct or not. It's just hard, and you have to jump. Maybe that okay. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe they were saying it's just easier to get a house because she was a citizen. Yeah. But yeah, but yeah. Yo, let's make the dream happen. Yo, Yoshi P. If you're looking to make, if you want someone who will be brutally honest and unbiased about improving Final Fantasy 14 PvP from a player perspective, obviously respect all the work you do, but I do feel like it is a little bit of a blind spot in the vast scheme of Final Fantasy 14. If you're willing to put up with a language barrier, or get someone to help me with the language part of it, I will gladly come and do something, help assist with improving the PvP in Final Fantasy 14, because I truly believe it could be something special, and it's an untapped resource that has a very unfairly earned bad rap with a lot of people, that I feel like they just haven't been exposed to what it could possibly offer. PvP removed next update. That's the response. There's just like a message in chat right now. It says, "Nightmare, remember Nightmare? PS patch 7.1. I'm removing PvP. Ha 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 ha." Also, no Blitzball still. Yeah. Oh. Oh yeah, there's a possibility to be involved with like some kind of like Square Enix or Final Fantasy related project on the like the. Again, I don't speak Japanese, so that would definitely be something of a massive detriment. Like this is an even bigger pipe dream than the thing I was alluding to earlier. Um, but like yeah, like ending up in Japan, I would not mind trying that. As I said, I know some people there that like I could finally like see again and maybe hang with. And it's like, eh, I'm not opposed to that, but I definitely understand it is not gonna happen. So it's okay. People clearly want it. Nah, the only job that would get me, the only type of job opportunity that would get me to move before my year lease ends here would be if there was an opening in the Final Fantasy 14 North American community team. And there was an opening and I somehow was able to get it. Like I, applied. Arizona beat Oklahoma. Oh my god. I didn't see. I thought they were winning. They're only winning by 8 at a time. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 community, the NA community team. I check their job listings every week. They're down to only 4, and none of the 4 have anything related to what I could do. Yeah, Tokyo Slim. That's all I keep hearing is that Washington's short pass game is going to burn Texas because they're not used to the defending against those quick short passes. I'm less of a Texas Longhorn fan and more of a college football fan. So like, it would be nice to see like Texas win. He's like, oh yeah, I went to school there. They already won one with Vince Young, and that was they beat USC, which is like one of like an amazing game. So like, I'm good. It's like that was pretty epic. Like some people have never even been to the championship game. Like I'm good. Like we got a turn. I'm perfectly happy. I'm not a psychopath who thinks you need to win every year and be some kind of crazy dynasty. Like it's fine. Um, I just like good. I like good games. I don't like the blowouts. I just don't want any blowout games. I would like close games. I know when it's the team you're rooting for, it feels good when you blow out and you want that win. But like for people who don't have a vested interest in either team and just like love the sport, I mean, some people like seeing records being set or whatever, but like I think most people would argue like a good, close, intense game is probably more satisfying to watch. Like you get your money's worth, you feel that adrenaline, it's like excitement, you're not sure who's gonna win in the end. Like that's the thing. And I've been fortunate enough to be attended one of those games in my life. The year before Texas won the national championship, I went to the Rose Bowl when they played Michigan in the Rose Bowl and beat Michigan on that last second field goal. And it was like insane. I was like, and they were also like losing by like 2 touchdowns for a good chunk of the game. And it was like, they finally managed to put together some stuff to get within, a field goal to win. Yeah. Huh. I got to check the score. How bad did OU lose? So OU lost by 2 touchdowns? Holy shnikes. And then I saw that Pistons up 21 on the Celtics, lose in overtime as the skid hits 28. I'm sorry, Detroit fans. I'm sorry. You don't like no team deserves that shit. Yeah, no team deserves that shit. You'll get a win. Come on, you will get a win. It will end. It's all right. You will get that win. But yeah, as I said, I mean, it's not just like I've looked at it's obviously the end of the year, so there aren't as many postings. Like those things will probably start popping up a little bit more in the new year. But like again, the thing is, any of these jobs will likely, like almost certainly, involve me having to like go back to California because they're all in California. Um, Miami lost to Rutgers. Miami's been not great this season, though. Come on. But yeah, like Bandai Namco. I mean, Capcom. Yeah, obviously, so like Square Enix, like Sega, like Atlas Sega. They're in Burbank, actually. The Sega. They moved from SF down to the Burbank. Bandai Namco's in Irvine, I believe. Um, uh, Capcom is also has an office in Irvine. Blizzard's also there, yeah. No, Sega, I believe, is in Burbank. They're. Oh, they have both. Well, Atlas is in Irvine. Sega is in Burbank. The Atlas NA team is in Irvine. I have a friend who I don't know if they still work there, but they did work there, and they rep the Atlas games. I'm very interested in Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Trails series, not so much, just because it's such a huge undertaking. Same with Yakuza, like they're just too intimidating for me. But Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, like it's just a unique enough looking game that I just want to jump in, even if I need to know stuff. I'm like, I don't care, I'll jump in. Yeah. 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 What's that? Pray for Sega of America's Aegis Union. Are they unionizing? Trails basically replace Tails for you? Ooh, interesting. I'm still on board with Tails. Arise. The thing they got to figure out is, I mean, they gave it more of a budget. It was definitely an improvement. I do think it was like Vesperia peak, started going back downhill, had a bit of resurgence with Exilia, and then its sequel wasn't as good in my opinion, and then it started going back down again. Like Zisteria was like not good. Berseria was like a little bit of a bump. It was like, okay, it's a little bit, and then Arise was like, another bump up from that. But yeah, at least I guess I could say the least thing is not the current Star Ocean. Like the last few Star Oceans, like the new ones. The Divine Force? I guess Divine Force is better than Integrity and Faithful, whatever. Stupid title. I can't even remember it. Integrity and something with Faithlessness? Or is it Faithlessness and Integrity? I can't even remember. That one was so bad. And The Last Hope was really bad, except that had a pretty good battle system, but it sucked. Like the rest of the game sucked. Oh. Star Ocean 2 is very good, but like it's like because it is I think the future of Star Ocean is just like 2D HD 2D or like retro like 2D style RPG. I think they should go that route. I think they should team. I think Team Asano should team up with Tri-Ace. Like I know Tri-Ace is not part of Square Enix, but it would be cool if Square Enix could contract them again to work on a battle system for in a 2D environment and work with like Team Asano to make a new Star Ocean, a new like 2D Star Ocean. Yeah. I didn't realize unions were a thing with video game companies. I mean, they are. I mean, they need to become a thing. I mean, this past year saw how like shitty the industry treats its workers. They definitely need to get more protections in there and stop like how many freaking mass layoffs we had in this industry. I mean, I'm talking about like, oh, I want to go work for a game company. It's like I still have that positivity around gaming, and I'm pretty much like a lifer at this point. I haven't had anything so devastating that like I just want to get the fuck out of gaming. Like thankfully, like I really love this industry despite all the shit that's going on in it. Um, but yeah, I recognize that like any opportunity could be like quickly turned into like, yeah, we got layoffs again. We got to lay you off. And it's like, oh shit, yeah. But I mean, that's like any place, honestly. Yeah. Divine Force is pretty decent. Yeah, it was like okay, but what it just wasn't even like getting me excited. Like Arise got me like pretty like a little excited about Tales again, and like Divine Force couldn't even do that. I played a lot of Divine Force. I didn't finish it because I was like, it just got so boring. Like, man, that's the worst thing you could say about a game is that it's just like ultimately it's boring. And I had to like the gimmick of like the flying, floating, but it got so boring so fast. Yeah. I mean, the thing I can count on with at least Tales is like the anime style storytelling. At least it can get even when it gets over the top, and it still has its problems. It still has stupid tropes in it that we need to like grow out of. And change maybe a little bit, but it still can be like exciting even if it's like cliche, but it's not boring. It could be predictable, but it's not necessarily boring. Star Ocean story can be pretty goddamn dry. Like the newer ones, it's like it's either dry or it's just downright is bad. It's like really bad. Like the Last Hope story is so fucking bad, combined with some really terrible writing. Good night, Cosmic Element. Yeah, I really do need to get to bed. So, yeah. I mean, why do I keep doing game coverage? Blah 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 blah. I know we've gone over this and stuff. Like, but yeah, like I'll try and get that guest show going. Not this Saturday. I'm doing some stuff this Saturday, but the week after this Saturday. This is when I would like to do the first one. Yeah. I also hope you feel better too, Cosmic Element. Thank you, Ninja Kitty Meow, for saying the pleasantries that I sometimes just slip my mind and I forget. I just very forgetful, or oblivious. It's just some of my shortcomings. But I don't have a name for it yet. No logo or anything. I just want to start doing it. Like it's like screw it. Like everyone is like this hoopla. You need a brand image. This stuff. I mean that helps, but like I just want to like start doing it. Like I don't care if it like doesn't have too much like too much of like fanfare around it. It's like yeah, just gotta do it. Yeah, I just need someone to bounce off of, just like a one-on-one show. Maybe like two guests. We might have up to like two guests, but no more than two. It would be me and one other person, or me and two people. I'll be honest, and you probably have noticed this. I don't do very well in large group discussion settings. I don't like talking over people. I don't like interjecting. I don't have a good feel when I'm not the moderator, I actually don't know appropriate in and out points. I'm very bad at that. When I'm like live talking. When I'm watching something after the fact, it's like night and day. Like I'm like able to, like, I feel like my mentally I can respond better and stuff when I'm like watching, but like when I'm in the room and yeah, it's like, oh man, I can't, like it's like it's become like a focus thing for me. I mean, yeah, I'm not a yeah. I mean, I do have like some, you know, I do have a, attention focus issues, obviously, but you know, sometimes I think it's more than that. But yeah, the goal is like, I obviously I'd like everyone, if they can, be on camera, but the caveat is if like they don't want to be on camera, they don't have to be on camera. I will be on camera for sure. Um, we'll at least have like that requirement that that I'm on camera if you're watching it on video. And it's going to be more focused. Like I want to keep it to just one topic. And it's not meant to be super long. If you're looking for like a 3 hour whatever, no. Like the goal of this is to be like 60 to 90 minutes max. It's not meant to go for too terribly long. Um I don't want things to drag out or whatever, because it is like meant to be like a one topic show. So that we can spend more time on that one topic and really get into it and not feel like we have to move on and cover a bunch of other stuff. That's kind of like, even friend code had like multiple topics. Some episodes were just like a one-off thing, but that was kind of like the thing. But also like friend code was restricted to just Nintendo news, and this is definitely not gonna just be Nintendo news for sure. Definitely other things I would like to talk about. Do you consider Nintendo one topic? What do you mean? Consider Nintendo one topic? Oh, you mean the theme of Nintendo? No, that's too, yeah. That's here for FF9. So that's no, no. Yeah. Well, I mean, game discussion's still gonna happen on the main podcast though. And that talk had been going on for a while about consolidating the two podcasts. Because I think the thing was, it was getting difficult to find very interesting news stories like every week, at least that the group was interested in talking in. And uh, also with Frame Trap, it was like everyone needed to be playing like a lot of games to, like, to make the show like long. And sometimes people might only be playing one game, and it's like, shoot, if only three people are on it and only play one game, that's only three games. Is this gonna be disappointing? I mean, you know, it kind of like solved those two potential issues, where it's like, all right, we can have less news topics and the ones we care more about, and everyone has to like kill themselves playing a ton of games to like make it so that we have a good amount of games we're talking about on Frame Trap. So, um, oh, did it zoom in on a bot under the map? Of course, good stuff. Do you plan on doing more Achieve It Yourself? So the future of Achieve It Yourself will be in the form of, when we do a group stream, like our 2 hour group streams, um, there'll be like ones in the future that will be Achieve It Yourself themed, where I'll come up with like we've done Achieve It Yourself live before, but it would be just like that, where for the rest of the group who's still there, um, I will come up with like challenges for them. Um, yeah. So that's what the plan for Achieve It Yourself is. So it'll be like once a quarter, probably. It would be like don't quote me on that as like a hard thing, but like I'm thinking like that's like the ballpark thinking. It's like, oh, like Hall of Greats. It's like a quarterly thing. And when a few of our other shows become like quarterly stream things, and then like we have like the routine things. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Someone was asking what are the jobs at Square Enix right now. They have 4 job positions at Los Angeles Square Enix: senior user researcher, senior player specialist, investigations analyst, senior player special investigations analyst. Wait, what is this? Is this like a GM? Oh, it doesn't pay very well. This is a GM, isn't it? It's Final Fantasy 14. Help with monitoring and addressing trends and potential recurring issues involving violations of the terms of service for Final Fantasy 14. You're a GM. It is a GM. Oh, conduct investigations outside the scope of normal GM work to determine issues and violations that cannot be handled through current policies. Propose changes to policies that encompasses new. Oh, wait a second. Oh, you need 3 years of GM experience. I don't have that. Previous experience playing MMOs, high-end knowledge of Final Fantasy XIV, familiar with concerns of Final Fantasy XIV player communities, moderate to high proficiency with proprietary investigation tools. I mean, I mean, I could do that, but I mean, they list the pay $25 an hour. That's $50,000 a year, and I don't even know if that's if this is. It says full time, so it's 50. It says $50. $25 an hour is $50,000 a year. I'll just be transparent. That's less when at the height of like when we're being paid at normally at EZA. That's less than what we were making at EZA. I'll be that transparent. This is less. This would be less than what I made at Funimation, the job I had before Easy Allies. Just to let you know, like a little bit. I mean, I have to live in LA again. I can't afford to live in LA on my own on that money. That's not going to happen. I only was able to do it because I had roommates. Yeah, that's LA. Yeah, that's not remote. That's LA. You have to be in for a GM position. I think you have to be there because you have to log on to their stuff. Yeah, that's not, and that's like El Segundo area. And if you're gonna commute, that's like harder to commute to than what I had to commute before from most places. It'd be a little bit more a longer commute from where I used to live, and or moving anywhere within like a reasonable commute would be way more pricey than what I had. Yeah, it's near LAX. Their office is literally right next to LAX. It's not. It's public knowledge where their office is. You can literally just type in Google. It's in their manuals or not their manuals. Their website. Like you can go their about page and see like their office address. That's not a secret. Yeah, 1 bedroom apartments in most areas of LA go for like high 2000s, like 25, 2600 is probably like the lowest you'll find for 1 bedroom. Yeah. You can do what you can rent a room in like a co-op type thing where you just have your own bedroom. You could have your own bedroom, but you share like common areas. It's kind of like a dorm. You're basically renting a dorm room. If you do that, it's like 1,500 a month. There's a bunch of those that have been popping up in that area. They're like 1,500 a month, but that's just for a bedroom. So if you don't mind sharing, like you have your own private bedroom, so like there's a door, it shuts, but like everything else is community. So if you can handle that, you can do for 1,500. Yeah. What was the question? Where in OC did you live? So I only lived in Orange County for 2000 fall 2000 2006 2000 3 years. I lived in Orange County for 3 years. Sorry, I had to like do the math. Like just under 3 years. I lived in the closest area I would say like it was like not Irvine. Shit. Uh, Tustin Lake Forest border. Yeah, I lived like around like between Tustin and Lake Forest in Orange County for the like that's before I worked at Game Trailers though. After that I lived in LA though. Orange County is not LA if you're not familiar with the geography. LA is north of Orange County. It's if you're looking at a map of California, the very bottom part towards the coast, that's San Diego. Then there's like a stretch of like beach, like nothing. That's like the nuclear reactor and the military bases. Then it's Orange County, then Los Angeles. You wouldn't be able to rent anywhere in Seattle for what you pay in your mortgage. Yeah, that's the thing. Like realistically, yeah. If you factor in like let's just be generous and say like 30, like let's round to the lowest number, like 30% in total taxes, like you're probably paying more than that in the end of the day for like your income in California, but like let's be generous, like 30% of your taxes. So and rent is let's be like generous and say 2,500 a month times 12 is $30,000 a year. That's supposed to be one third of your income. So based on that, you need to be making around 90,000 a year to live on your own in LA County. If you are paying that. So if your one bedroom rent is 2,500 a month times 12, and that's supposed to be one third of your paycheck, you need to be making about 90,000 a year. Which is about right. Most things advise you to be making at least 80,000 a year to live in LA. Like 80,000 a year is like the baseline for living in LA. Yeah. You can move further away if you want to move to the Inland Empire, which will guarantee you roughly about a 90-minute to 2-hour commute to most places. If you move to Inland Empire like Covina, Corona, Ontario, where's some places? You move that direction, you can start finding things for like probably closer to 2,000 or like high thousands. Yeah, you could probably find one bedroom for like under 2,000 and those starting to go into those areas, but even those areas are climbing up. The places that have rent comparable to what I'm paying right now in California, in SoCal, the only place that has anything remotely close to what I pay now is Palmdale and Lancaster, which are about almost 2 hours north of downtown LA. They're like a commute is probably going to be like more than that. I mean, it's like 40. So there's San Fernando Valley, which is like 20 minutes north of LA, like roughly 15, 20 minutes if you have no traffic. Then you have the Santa Clarita Valley, which is like 35, 40 minutes, depending on where you're going. Palmdale, Lancaster's another like 45 minutes from there. So like, it's like 90 minutes to 2 hours, depending on which one you live in. Rent there is like mid thousands. Like you can find a 1-bedroom apartment there from anywhere from like 1,200 to like 1,600 a month. And I spent a lot of time looking at like, yeah, at apartments for like all possible options. Ventura County has, I mean, if you go towards like Oxnard, Ventura, it's pricey, but there are definitely some areas in between that aren't as bad, but it's still on the higher end, obviously. Like, what was the, holy shit, I have to look it up again. I have to look this up. I forgot. Yeah, Thousand Oaks, California. I got to remember my cities. Not Newberry. What's past Newberry Park? Camarillo. Camarillo used to be not so bad, but apparently it started to go up in price as well because a lot of basically people find out what is like a low cost of living relative in California town in a desirable area, and then it gets like bombarded so fast, and then prices skyrocket there. Like it's like whack-a-mole. Like just like someone hits that one and then everyone looks for another one. They find it, boom, it's right up. But yeah, like yeah, Thousand Oaks from like Thousand Oaks west all the way to Ventura and onward is extremely pricey. So yes, you're right, Noriega is a very expensive area. Like generally the most affordable area in LA is parts of the San Fernando Valley. If you want to be like not ludicrously far away, like you have to go towards like San Fernando Valley or like east of Pasadena going into like Arcadia and towards like a Covina. You have to be going towards like Covina and West Covina. Like City of Industry, like San Dimas, like from Bill and Ted, you gotta like start going that direction. But like that commute is hell. San Diego is the most expensive city to live in the United States right now. Kind of sucks. San Dimas High School football rules. Bill and Ted San Dimas wasn't filmed. It was filmed in Arizona. It wasn't filmed in California. The San Dimas High. It's not It's not in California. It's actually Arizona. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could start going to like middle of nowhere. You can go into Central Valley. I mean, Bakersfield and Fresno aren't actually as cheap as people think anymore. But I mean, you're in middle of nowhere Central Valley. You're not near anything. You can start going up towards like Sacramento. But I mean, even that's getting like everything is getting out of hand, too expensive there. Yeah. It's a little too pricey. But yeah, my advice is if you're going to go back to if you want to move into like the LA area proper, you should be shooting for a minimum of 80,000 a year salary. If you're not making that and you don't have like anyone else to rely on, if you have someone else to rely on, you can bring it down. That was always my thing. I had two roommates. And we lived in at the time a relatively cheaper area than most places. So I didn't have to make that. I clearly did not make that. I had never made that much in my life. Yeah. But yeah, you need like 80, like probably minimum $80,000 to live there, barring other arrangement. I mean, yeah, I don't want to like scare people, but it's not just a California thing. Yeah, I drive around all my driving around the last few months to different places here just to like get used to the area again. All these housing developments, the signs say like from the high 500,000s to the million plus or 2 million plus. I'm like, this is Texas. What? Why? These feel like that's stuff I expect to see in California. But here? Like the starter home of like 200,000, 100 something thousand, like doesn't exist in most major places anymore. Like you'll be lucky if you find $300,000, $400,000 houses in like decent areas anymore. I mean, I don't have a desire to own a home. I never cared about like I never had a dream of owning a home. I'm okay with never owning a home. I actually enjoy renting because of like you're not on the hook for shit. Maintenance and all that, they have to do all the maintenance. They have to repair everything. Like I mean, when you move out, you're on the hook for some stuff, but like as long as you live here, they like in most managed properties, they have to they have to repair them in timely fashion too. I mean, if you have like a private landlord, you might get like a shitty one who tries to like, screw you over. But like, I've only lived at like more managed oh, that's a glitch. More managed properties where, it's part of a larger like chain. Wait, what the hell? Where was that person? They were like underwater. That was kind of funny. But they had a minion out. That's not like a bot. Bots don't have minions out, right? That was a little confusing. Yeah. Anyway, I just want to like I honestly am comfortable just renting for the rest of my life. But that's the thing. Rent is also getting so jacked up because they know they can do it. So they could get like most everyone else, I would really hope they can get like housing under control someday. It's absolutely bullshit. Yeah. So, all right. I think we're pretty good. Look at this guy preaching. There you go. That's a good wrap up spot. The guy preaching. Yeah. Good to chat with all you again. I know it's been a while since we had a stream on the channel, so I kind of felt bad that it'd been almost like 10 days since we had a stream on here. So I should probably have like someone stream on here, get a stream going, just even just for a little bit. I didn't really play anything. Maybe next time I'll actually play a game. But yeah, I just want to check in. Hope you're all having a good holiday break if you're on break and all that. And yeah, obviously, owning home is part of the American dream because you have to. Yes, that's a good joke. That was a good one. Yeah. Thanks for like watching some stuff. And yeah, like just I don't know if anyone's really like talked with you guys since like the announcements and stuff and everything like that. Like I said, like trying to keep this like going and stuff. You know, and like from my personal perspective, I definitely want to like hopefully keep doing this. But if not, I'd like to, you know, get involved in another video game adjacent, career for sure. Um, and yeah, that's like my pitch. If you're a video game company and you want someone with that type of like experience stuff, like I especially if you're Square Enix, definitely like going there. Especially if you like want to talk PvP. I saw them tweet about a PvP Discord for Square Enix for Final Fantasy, and I almost lost my shit. I was like about to do a dance, but then I clicked the link and it was for their mobile game. I was like, oh my god, it's not 14 PvP. What? I was like, oh my god, 14 PvPs below their mobile games PvP. I'm like, oh no. Oh, we gotta fix this. Needs to be fixed. This needs to be remedied. I mean, I like more than just PvP in Final Fantasy 14. No, not a 14 mobile game. Another mobile game was Brave X. No, it's not Brave XVS. What's it called? There's so many ones I can't keep track of, and so many of them are like offline now. Was it War of the Visions? Yeah, War of the Visions. Thank you. It was War of that one. I always get them confused because there's so many of them. City Omni Opera, Final Fantasy Record Keeper. These are ones that are shut down now. Like Record Keeper. Oh man. Can I show you an Ever Crisis costume for Sephiroth that I dislike? Sure. We can do that. Oh God. Yeah. It would be a pleasure and an honor. I know a decent amount of people who work at Square Enix. They're all fantastic people. All right, where's this this link. I'm waiting for the link here. Shit talk them now. Oh my god. All right, see Cloud in some samurai outfit. And then what is that outfit? Wait, is that Sephiroth? The one on the right? Wait, what? What? Yeah, I guess yeah, it looks okay, but like yeah, it doesn't exude the same kind of like regal, amazing presence that Sephiroth commands. Yeah. Hmm. No, not quite into it as much as the normal Sephiroth. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna head out. Thanks everyone for watching. Again, yeah, maybe I'll get another stream in before, but if not, tentatively, uh, a week from this Saturday, I'll try and get like our first guest on board and our first topic. I know I tweeted that maybe it'd be like the future for linear Zeldas, like what that could be, and like basically it was like AJ Onuma said he doesn't really think they're going to be making more linear Zelda games, and to me, I absolutely passionately feel that there is a future for them. They can exist, and there's a demand for it, and like there is like there is a lot to still be done with linear or more linear style Zeldas that aren't Breath of the Wild style, Tears of the Kingdom style. And it kind of saddens me that like that there's just stance they don't even think that they could coexist. I think that's a huge missed opportunity. Anyway, this stuff I would be interested in talking about with a guest, but there's also probably some other stuff we could talk about. Who knows what will happen in a week? In the any big news comes out about some games or developments. Anyway, I do need to get some sleep. I usually am not up this late. This is pushing the very extreme limits of how late I stay up anymore. Like 1 a.m. is usually my hardest cutoff. So, but even though do have work, it's like holiday. I wanted to give you a little bit of a gift. Thank you everyone, and thank you for watching and stuff, and I'll see you all hopefully not too soon. And thank you for letting me try out this new mic that will hopefully sound even better the next time I stream. So take it easy, everyone. Oh, I gotta use my stream decks. I gotta stop clicking buttons. I can do this and mute myself